Hi everyone, my name is Haipeng Li, a PhD student from University of Cincinnati. My advisor is Dr. Boyan Wang. Today I'm going to present a paper called SmartSwitch, Efficient Traffic Obfuscation Against Stream Fingerprinting. This is a joint work by me, Dr. Ben Niu from Chinese Academy of Sciences, and Dr. Boyan Wang. Video stream services like YouTube, Hulu, Amazon Prime are so popular nowadays. Almost everyone who can get access to internet watches online videos. For example, YouTube has over 2 billion active users. For these services, due to privacy concerns, it's important to preserve user privacy such that others do not easily reveal what videos a user watches. So in this paper, we studied one problem, stream fingerprinting. In stream fingerprinting, an attacker aims to infer which video a user watches by leveraging encrypted video traffic. We studied this problem from two aspects, attack and defense. In terms of attack, we improved the attack accuracy by building a more comprehensive convolutional neural network and performing experiments over a dataset with a greater scale. In terms of defense, we proposed a defense method called SmartSwitch. The intuition of SmartSwitch is that not every packet leaks privacy equally. As a result, we should apply different noise level to different packets, which can still maintain defense efficacy but can reduce the bandwidth overhead caused by defense method. In the attack model, we assume there is a passive attacker who can eavesdrop encrypted stream traffic between a user and a streaming service provider. The traffic is encrypted with advanced standard encryption method. We assume the attacker does not have the decryption key and can only learn the size and direction of each packet. There are already several studies addressing stream fingerprinting. For example, in Usenet 17 and NDSS 19, they both achieved very high accuracy on attack by leveraging neural networks. But they studied the problem with the limited scales of datasets. In terms of defense, NDSS 19 can reduce the accuracy to 1%, but an extremely high bandwidth is needed in their paper. In order to improve our understanding of the privacy leakage under stream fingerprinting, we collected a greater dataset, which has 100 different videos and 200 traces per class. Our dataset covers 5 different categories, which are games, music, talk, news, and sports. And for each video, we only keep the first 180 seconds of the traffic. In addition, we developed a CNN model with 11 layers. The detailed structure of our CNN model is as follows. Next, we ran experiments to demonstrate the improvements in attack accuracy with our CNN model. We leverage bin format to process our raw dataset. Specifically, a trace includes a sequence of bins, and each bin indicates the aggregate traffic size within a fixed time interval. For example, given a bin size W equal to 0.5 seconds, there are 360 bins in total for 3-minute trace. And same as previous studies in stream fingerprinting, we only keep the incoming traffic, which is the traffic from the server in our dataset. The reason is that incoming traffic dominates in the context of streaming fingerprinting. For our CNN model, we use Keras at the front end and TensorFlow at the back end. We also use NNI, which is a free library developed by Microsoft to tune the hyperparameters of our CNN model. 5-fold cross-validation was also performed. Here are the attack results on our collected dataset. As you can see here, our model outperforms the one from Usenet 17 paper across different bin sizes in most of the cases. The reason is that our CNN model is more comprehensive and has more layers. We can also observe that, in general, a smaller bin size leads to a high attack accuracy. Next, I'm going to introduce the defense method proposed in this paper, SmartSwitch. SmartSwitch is a generic framework and it consists of two algorithms, a feature selection algorithm and a noise generation algorithm. We use the feature selection method to identify which packets are more important and which ones are not. Then, we use the noise generation algorithm to produce noises, where more important packets are assigned with a higher noise level. Like the figures demonstrated here. Packets 2, 3, and 5 are selected by feature selection algorithms as the more important features. Then these 3 packets would be obfuscated with higher noises, and the rest of those packets would be obfuscated with lower noises. Producing lower noises on those less important packets can help us reduce the bandwidth overhead. Since evaluating feature importance over encrypted stream traffic is not trivial as the number of dimensions of our dataset can be very high. For example, when the bin size is 0.05 second, there are 3,600 features. Therefore, we explored 4 different methods in this paper, and these 4 methods can be divided into 2 different categories. One wrapper method, which is a classifier-dependent method, and 3 mutual information-based filter method, which select features based on the statistical information and are classifier-independent. For the wrapper method, we select permutation feature importance to analyze the feature space of our dataset. However, the original permutation feature importance method does not work on our dataset, as there would not be an obvious change in terms of accuracy if we only permute one feature each time. So, we propose a new method called sliding window PFI. In sliding window PFI method, data from the entire dataset is represented as a matrix. Then, in each iteration, our method permutes the data within a window. The data outside the window remains the same. Next, our method takes the updated entire matrix as input to the pre-trained CNN model, and we observe the change in accuracy. A greater accuracy change indicates that those permutated features inside the window are more important. Then we move the window to the right by 1 column and perform the next iteration until we reach the end of this matrix. Our method is more effective as it includes more data within each window. Here are the results from the sliding window PFI method. We use R to indicate the ratio of sliding window size to the trace length. Here we show the results when bin size W equals to 0.05 second. We can see that the features from the beginning of a traffic trace, for example the first 40 seconds, are more important as we observe more changes in accuracy at the beginning of a traffic. And also, a greater window causes more changes in accuracy. For the 3 mutual information-based methods, we select a max relevance method, minimal redundancy maximal relevance method, and the joint mutual information maximization method. MR method only considers the relevance between features and labels and evaluates the relevance using mutual information. Compared to MR method, MR method considers redundancy when it selects features, while GMIM method uses joint mutual information and also takes labels into consideration. More detailed information about these 3 algorithms can be found in our paper. Here are the results for the mutual information-based methods. For each method, we selected the top 10% of features. For the results of the feature selection, we use a red color to indicate a feature is selected and a white color to indicate it is not selected. The result of the feature selection from each algorithm can be represented as a spectrum. If we compare the 3 spectrums from the 3 methods, we can see that Those selected features are also different but relatively similar, where features from the first 40 to 50 seconds are more important. This observation is similar with the results selected by the sliding window PFI method. Based on the results from feature selection, we also validate the selected features using CNN model. Specifically, we train our CNN model based on those selected features only and see what kind of accuracy we can achieve. We can see that the accuracy can be as high as 60% with only top 20% features are used. Therefore, primarily obfuscating those features can help us saving defense overhead. In SmartSwitch, more important features are marked with 1s by feature selection method. So in noise generation part, those features marked with 1s would be obfuscated with high noises, and others that marked with 0s would be covered by low noises. And in general, any noise generation algorithm can be integrated within our method. In this study, we use D-star privacy from NDSS 19 as a concrete example to demonstrate how efficient SmartSwitch would be. D-star privacy is a variation of differential privacy on time series dataset. Firstly, we apply the original D-star privacy on our dataset that all packets would be obfuscated with the same noise level. We retrain our CNN model on those obfuscated datasets. We can see that D-star privacy begins to be effective on our dataset when epsilon is smaller than 5 times 10 power of negative 5. Here, a smaller privacy parameter epsilon indicates a higher noise level. And then, based on the noise level, we examine how much bandwidth that D-star privacy needs if we apply same level of noises to all the packets. By the way, the same level of noises means that the noises are generated by the same privacy parameter epsilon. As you can see here, at least 487.5% of noises is needed on our dataset when W equals to 0.05 second, epsilon is equals to 5 times 10 power of negative 5. Next, we want to see what kind of performance SmartSwitch would achieve. We select the sliding window PFI as a feature selection method. We set epsilon equals to 5 times 10 power of negative 5 and 5 times 10 power of negative 6 for selected features, and the epsilon equals to 5 times 10 power of 3 for non-selected features. We can see that defense is effective if we obfuscate the top 60% of features. We have similar observation from other 3 feature selection algorithms as well. More details can be found in our paper. Since in SmartSwitch, we only have to apply higher noise on the top 60% selected features, then we can see that SmartSwitch can save nearly 40% bandwidth compared with NDSS 19 paper. In terms of the limitation in this study, firstly, we only collected 100 classes, while in reality, there are millions of videos we can watch online. Collecting data with a much greater scale is needed, but it's time-consuming and challenging to do in a lab setting. How to minimize the gap will be a very interesting topic. Secondly, we didn't test our method with open world setting. In the open world setting, a traffic trace could be a video that is not in the list of these 100 classes. Open world evaluation in general is more challenging but more realistic compared to closed world setting. Thirdly, we only tried 2 different noise levels, high and low. Multiple noise levels, for example step function, can be explored in the future to further reduce the defense overhead. Thank you for listening to my talk. I'm very happy to take any questions that you might have. You can find our source code and the dataset on GitHub. Thank you.
Hello everyone on the internet. My name is Andreas Ciastek and I'm going to be presenting the paper using the physical layer to detect attacks on building automation networks, written by me and my two co-authors, Willi Breckenfelder and Felix Eibisch. First things first, a couple of slides on why you should care about this. Building automation systems are pretty widespread nowadays, especially in public and semi-public buildings. For example, the university building I'm recording this in users want to control lighting, heating, ventilation and the window blinds. This is not a bad thing, because it makes things easier and cheaper to install and more efficient to control. But there's a problem, and that's security. A lot of systems lack encryption and authentication, as back when they were standardized, the assumption was that they would not be accessible from outside. Of course, nowadays this is a bit hard to enforce. For example, think about taking a Raspberry Pi with an interface with you and connecting it to the cables behind a smart light switch or something like that. Now you may think, is that a problem if I can play with the lights in the neighboring rooms a bit? The answer is yes, definitely. For example, think about a hospital. Tampering with the lights in an OR can have disastrous consequences. So what can we do about that? Reiterating the situation. There are lots of existing installations and a lack of upgrade momentum due to the high cost of ripping out and replacing all the devices in a building. A possible solution to that, or at least part of one, could be to add some kind of intrusion detection. As we know, building automation networks are usually not supposed to be directly connected to larger outside networks. This means a potential attacker would need to compromise this air gap somehow. That's possible, but not without physically tampering with the network. To detect that, we can look at the physical layer of the network and monitor it for electrical changes. This is called physical layer security. A little overview of what that means. In physical layer security, we look for unique electrical characteristics of the connected devices, the network, the medium, etc., and try to detect any kind of changes which might indicate tampering or maybe an imposter device and the like. Previous research on this topic was mostly about wireless technologies, with a few exceptions. If you want to read into that, I recommend the related work section of our paper as a starting point. Moving on to the specific building automation network we used in our experiments. That's KNX or KNX-TP to be precise. A building automation system which is from Europe, but is widely used all over the world, at least if their press release is correct, which I've referenced here. And well, luckily for our research, KNX has all the aforementioned security issues. The diagram we are looking at here is the plotted waveform of a single KNX-TP bit with the value 0 captured using a USB oscilloscope. KNX-TP is the serial bus part of KNX, which usually forms the local network to which switches, controllers, sensors and actuators are connected. Note that the USB oscilloscope was set to AC coupled mode, filtering out any DC component from the signal. KNX-TP has a large DC component of 30 volts, as it provides power for small devices on the communication line. So for what actually happens on the wire, just imagine 0 volt to be 30 volts and then you have it. Now, as I said, this is 0 bit. So to send a 0, a KNX device needs to pull the bus voltage lower by a couple of volts for 35 microseconds and then let up. Afterwards, the voltage will overshoot the resting potential and even out over the next 69 microseconds. This is a feature of KNX power supplies, so heavy communication load does not impact the average bus voltage. In contrast, 1 bit would be just 104 microseconds of nothing happening. Now that we know what the KNX-TP physical layer looks like, these are our 3 ideas on how to implement physical layer security on it. The first one, which we call passive waveform fingerprinting, is derived from a paper published in 2019 by researchers from, I believe, Beijing University. They call the method RFDNA. It was developed for wireless applications, but we were able to adapt it to a wired environment as it mostly relies on abstract signal analysis, which is not specific to any particular technology. I will explain that in more detail on the next slide. Our second idea was to look for device noise characteristics. As you could see in the slide before, in each 0-bit there's a 35 microsecond range in which the sending device pulls the line lower, meaning it needs to sink current during that time. If bus current flows through the device and its internal components, this adds noise to the signal, which may differ in intensity between devices due to manufacturing tolerances. Both of these methods are passive, meaning one just captures signals on the bus. The third method, by contrast, uses active measurements. Basically, we send high-frequency electrical waves into the wires and see what comes back. In a sense, that bears some similarities to sonar or radar, if you will. Now I'll give some details on the first method, passive waveform fingerprinting. To implement it in an experiment, we used 2 seemingly identical KNX light switches and captured 320 packets from each of them with the USB oscilloscope. Afterwards, we performed a Hilbert transform on the waveform containing the source address in each packet. We used the source address to guarantee the waveforms encoded the same data. A Hilbert transform is related and similar to a Fourier transform, but yields instantaneous frequency and phase, meaning frequency and phase over time. Together with amplitude, this gives us 3 sample time series. For each, we calculate the statistical moments mean variance, kurtosis, and skewness, resulting in a 12D feature vector for each packet. As 12D is a bit hard to look at, we then used principal component analysis to project it down to a more comfortable 2 dimensions. The result is this nice plot right here, where every dot represents a packet. As you can see, yes, even though they are outwardly identical, the switches do indeed differ in their signal characteristics. In fact, the point clouds are mostly well separated and classification should be easily possible given enough data points. Unfortunately, it is impossible to explain what these abstract characteristics intuitively mean in a physical sense, as there's so much abstract processing involved. Basically, our result is the signals of the switches are somehow different and we can detect that. Now on to device noise characteristics. In this experiment, we used the same switches and captured the data as before, with the exception of swapping the switches twice to account for a heat impact. The signal analysis is less abstract here, but maybe a bit more involved. First, we cross-correlated all the packets of a test run to align them and then calculated the standard deviation per sample. This gives an indication of the noise level at that point in the signal. Then we cross-correlated and aligned all the zeros in the signal and averaged their standard deviations per sample. As for the results, here's a plot of the average standard deviation during the first 35 microseconds of the 0 bits. As we can see, the switches have shown to be different again. The reason that there are 4 lines each are the aforementioned multiple test runs. Apparently, heating during use did not play much of a role though. Okay, moving on to the active measurements. To implement that, we used a nice little gadget called a nano-VNA, which you can see in the leftmost picture. What it does is to successively send out waves of a range of frequencies and then measure how much is received back at the other end, meaning the gain or loss between its input and output. By doing this, it maps out a frequency response curve of the connected circuit. To electrically interface it with an active KNX-TP network, we had to develop 2 small circuits. The one in the middle AC couples and attenuates the signal to keep the nano-VNA receiver side from being fried by the KNX bus voltage. The one on the rightmost picture is an RF amplifier, which modulates the frequency transmitted by the nano-VNA onto the KNX bus. As the amplitude of the high frequency signal is sufficiently low, the KNX network is undisturbed by this. In our experiment, we connected 4 different devices to a KNX-TP bus and measured its frequency response in each case, as well as without any extra device. As for the results, what you get is a frequency response curve of the network up to about 22 MHz. We actually did these measurements 100 times for each curve and averaged them, though we noticed that standard deviation was quite low, on the order of 0.2 decibels or even less. As you can see, the gain is negative because it is actually lost between the transmitter and the receiver, as should be expected. Also, we're using a logarithmic scale. The NCN 5121 devices are basically dummy devices built around an integrated KNX transceiver chip. As indicated by the curves, especially in this area, it is possible to differentiate between different device classes and no device case, but devices of the same model, the 2 switches and the 2 NCNs, there the curves are mostly overlapping. If we zoom in here a bit, between 10 and 20 MHz, the differences become a bit more clear, but especially between the 2 switches, they still are very much aligned. Now for the conclusion and what's in store for the future. Firstly, the question, do these methods work? Well, given the admittedly a bit limited dataset, it looks like all 3 methods work quite well. Secondly, now can we make use of them? Yes, as our experiments have shown, a practical implementation as part of an intrusion detection system is feasible. And now lastly, what's next? Of course, we should test this with more different devices to basically widen our data space. Also, when we have done that, it might be worthwhile to look at machine learning, at least for the first method, as it's a 12D classification problem. Practically, it also makes sense to streamline the measurements and simplify the hardware. We have already made a first step in that direction with developing the device you see on the right. It's an STM32 compatible microcontroller with analog circuitry, so its ADC can capture KNX waveforms, and an NCN 5121 transceiver chip, so it can interact with the bus. So these are my references. You can also find all of them in the original paper. And this concludes my presentation for today. Thanks for watching, and yeah, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Dear everyone, I appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I am honored to give my presentation about our paper, MAAN, a multi-attribute association network for mobile encrypted traffic classification. Firstly, let's introduce our paper's background. On the one hand, traffic encryption is a trend. For example, according to Transparency report of Google will implement encryption for all products and services. The right picture is the encryption trend of Google's application. We can observe that they are almost fully encrypted. Net market share also reports that the proportion of encrypted web traffic has exceeded 90%, and the mobile traffic is simultaneously being fully encrypted. On the other hand, encrypted mobile traffic classification is the basis of many network functions. Taking intrusion detection as an example, network administrator needs to identify the applications before analyzing user behavior. Therefore, mobile encrypted traffic classification has gained significant interest in both academia and industry. Because SSL TLS is the most common encryption protocol in mobile traffic, we will introduce our method based on SSL TLS in the following introduction. And our method is easy to adapt to other encryption protocol. From the right picture, we can observe that TLS has two transmission process, handshake process and data transfer process. Both of them have many identity information for classification, and we want to take all useful information of TLS protocols to improve classification accuracy. Our method is based on this MAAN. Secondly, we will introduce the problems of existing methods and give our contributions. Firstly, let's talk about the problems. There are four problems of existing methods. Firstly, traditional port-based and payload-based traffic classification methods are inappropriate for mobile encrypted traffic classification because of encryption and dynamic port technology. Secondly, traditional classification because of encryption and traditional machine learning methods need sophisticated feature engineering and model optimization can't optimize the feature extraction process. Thirdly, traditional machine learning is difficult to convert all TRS handshake messages into feature vectors. This missing part of handshake message features, that's the reason the classification result is not good. Fourthly, some networking and security services need early prediction results to conduct related policies before the transmission of communication payloads. However, the previous methods are unable to solve this problem effectively based on the characteristics of a single flow. For example, current methods using sequence features require complete for-loop information, which leads these methods to gather results at the end of the flow. To deal with these problems, our contribution is summarized as follows. We propose a unified MAAN model for mobile encrypted traffic classification. MAAN automatically learns representative features from raw encrypted traffic and doesn't need manual feature engineering. Meanwhile, MAAN combines handshake messages with flows to extract message level and flow level features. In a real-world dataset, MAAN achieves satisfactory results and output several state-of-the-art methods. Meanwhile, MAAN performs an acceptable time delay and is suitable for real-time classification. Next, we will introduce our methods in detail. The bottom picture is the architecture of our method. From the picture, we can see our method consists of 5 layers, including segment preprocessor, packet feature extractor, flow feature extractor, dense layer, and a classification layer. Next, we will introduce every layer in detail. Firstly, for every TRS session, we extract 3 handshake messages and first n application data messages lengths as our input. The 3 handshake messages include client hello, so hello, and end entity certificate, which is the final certificate signed for servers. To make 3 handshake messages can be calculated by the model. We use a segment preprocessor to convert handshake messages into integer sequences. The bottom picture shows concrete process of segment preprocessor. We use client hello message as an example. Firstly, it cuts the datagram, which is a client hello message, into 2-bit chunks. Then every chunk is transformed into an integer between 1 to 60 and 5,536. Besides, each type of datagram is transformed into a sequence with fixed length. For example, client hello message is transformed into 300 length. Then, message feature extractor will extract message level features. This layer consists of two parts. For one part, due to the handshake messages can be seen as a kind of character language, they are suitable for LP methods. Meanwhile, to speed up the calculate, we use a structure similar to TestCN. The following picture shows concrete structure. Message integrity sequence is first fed into an embedding layer. Then we extract deeper features with a CN. The CN consists of a non-one-dimensional convolution layer, a global max pooling layer, and a dense layer. To extract more features, we use two kernel sites to mix the dual channel. For application data lenses, we take an embedding layer to convert them into the output of the same dimension as the handshake messages, which make the all outputs will construct a sequence which is introduced to next layer. Because of the output of packet feature extractor is a sequence, we use a GRU to extract flow level features. Meanwhile, for taking more information, we replace GRU with ByGRU. The all output of flow feature extractor will be introduced to dense layer to compress dimension and soft max output end result. The specific structure is shown in the red box on the right. Then we conduct our experimental setting. To reflect the user's real usages, we take a manual collection schema, which is shown in red picture. In this schema, an OS phone connects to a laptop's Wi-Fi network and only run one application at a time. When the OS phone is running an application, the laptop captures all the flows generated by this application using Wireshark, and the operator labels them with the application name. Finally, we collect over 59,000 encrypted traffic flows corresponding to 13 applications. For better performance comparison, we take 3 state-of-the-art methods as our comparison tests, which are detailed in the follow table. Next, we will discuss our experimental results. For the comparison of accuracy, follow the bottom picture. We want the best result on the most assignment criteria than 3 state-of-the-art methods. MAAN has 3 features that should to discuss, including segment length, combination of messages, and quantities of application data. For segment length, we conclude that 2-bit length is more suitable for classification, which is because that 1-bit segment devices all the fields or messages, make it difficult for the classifier to extract features. For combination of messages, client hello and end entity certificate get similar results with all, and outperform server hollow, and identity certificate. We think the reason for this situation is that a server hollow contains fewer protocol parameters than client hollow. For quantities of application data messages, we observe that 10 is the optimal value for the quantities of application data messages. Finally, we will talk about the ability of our method for online or real-time classification. For the bottom picture, we conclude that firstly, MAAN is 10 times faster than that of MAMF and FSNet. Although the classification time of MAAN is longer than that of MAFSF, MAAN has a 5-fold reduction of error rate compared to MAFSF. Therefore, we believe that MAAN is more suitable for online classification than that other methods. Secondly, MAAN can obtain earlier predictions with fewer application data messages to adapt real-time classification. Briefly, we proposed a multi-attribution associated network, which is an efficient encrypted traffic classification method based on deep learning. MAAN combines handshake messages with flows to improve classification accuracy. Besides, it establishes a unified model that doesn't require feature engineering. We evaluate the effectiveness of MAAN with network traffic collected from the real world. According to the experimental results, MAAN outperforms the 3 state-of-the-art approaches. Moreover, the experiment demonstrated the effectiveness of attributes employed by MAAN and revealed that MAAN is suitable for real-time classification. Thanks.
Hi everybody, my name is Yisrael Mirsky. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the Georgia Institute of Technology and a researcher at the Ben-Gurion University Cybersecurity Research Center. In this video, I will be presenting an encryption system for securing physical signals, authored by myself, Benjamin Fididot, and Yoram Haddad from the Jerusalem College of Technology. Normally, when we talk about secure communications, we talk about the upper layers of the OSI model. For example, SSL, which is implemented at the presentation layer, layer 6. As you know, lower layers encapsulate the upper layers. As a result, when you encrypt a channel with SSL, you are also protecting layer 7 and all of its contents. However, lots of information is still exposed at lower layers, and the protocols of layer 1 through 6 are still vulnerable to various attacks. Therefore, by encrypting traffic at lower levels of the model, we protect more. However, even if you encrypt layer 2 traffic with, let's say, MACsec, there is still information exposed about the communications channel. Think of the frames or packets as if they were letters being sent through the mail. If we encrypt L2 traffic, then we are hiding and protecting the contents of those letters. However, an attacker can still see the size of the letters, their frequency, their service, and their addresses. Instead, we like to go one step further and encrypt the physical signal itself, layer 1. This would be like putting a curtain over the letters as they go by, making the network look like a stream of white noise. In our paper, we propose the Vernam physical signal cipher, a signal cipher which is capable of encrypting L1 signals in real time. The encryption of physical signals is important because some domains require the highest level of secrecy, for example, the military for covert missions. However, even less intense organizations and individuals can benefit from L1 security. This is because by encrypting the communication signal itself, we reduce the number of attack vectors and hide all channel information from the attacker, which secures the channel from various side channel attacks. For example, attacks which infer private information from traffic patterns, such as packet bursts. So what is the VIPSIC? The VIPSIC is a symmetric cryptosystem which is based on the Vernam cipher. The system encrypts a signal's harmonic composition, and by doing so, the encrypted signal uses the same amount of spectrum or bandwidth. Furthermore, since it operates on a signal's frequencies, the VIPSIC works on any analog signal, regardless of whether the signal is baseband or broadband, or is sent over a wireless, electronic, or optical medium. We aren't the first work to propose a physical signal cipher. One work proposed ALM, which simply masks or obfuscates the samples with a key. This makes ALM vulnerable to correlation analysis, which can be used to reveal the masked message. Moreover, ALM is very sensitive to noise, since errors are exponentially multiplied during the decryption process, making ALM impractical to use in noisy channels. Another method proposed was to apply RSA encryption to each sample in the time plane. However, the RSA method requires that the samples be quantized to discrete values. This is necessary in order to perform the power operation of RSA without float point overflows. As a result, the RSA method is highly susceptible to even the slightest amount of noise, since every single rounding error in the cryptogram results in a completely different deciphered value, like putting the wrong key in a hash map. Finally, another method is to perform frequency component scrambling, or FCS, via a fast Fourier transform. The method is to scramble the frequency components of a given signal to obfuscate its contents. However, scrambling does not provide a high level of secrecy and thus can only mitigate casual eavesdroppers. Not only is the VIPSIC more secure than these methods, but is more practical. For example, when encrypting a simple sine wave, we could see that the VIPSIC only affects the operating band, or the carrier band, whereas ALM and RSA use the entire spectrum. This is impractical for wireless applications where spectrum is a commodity and you cannot interfere with other channels. Regarding secrecy, if we plot the autocorrelations of the signal, we can see that the VIPSIC is identical to random white noise. This means that it doesn't leak any information about the channel, whereas FCS can clearly be unobfuscated, and the RSA method leaks some information as well. We can see this if we look at the same signal in the time domain. Here on the left is the original signal, and on the right is the RSA encrypted signal. ALM does a decent job, but it is extremely sensitive to channel noise, as we'll see later. And once again, it is an obfuscation, not an encryption. So here we are seeing the entropy of the obfuscation mask. Other advantages of the VIPSIC over previous methods are that it can be parallelized and it is more robust to both noise and multipath propagation interference. So how does the VIPSIC work? To start, let's review how the Vernam cipher works. The Vernam cipher encrypts plaintext binary M by XORing it with a random key K. To decrypt the cryptogram, the same key is XORed with the cipher text. Let's take a look at an example. Here we can see that 0 and 1 become 1, and 1 and 1 become 0, and so on. Note that the cryptogram takes on a seemingly random value, where the entropy of the cryptogram is dependent on the entropy of the key. Now, once the cryptogram is XORed again with the same key, we can see the plaintext reveal as before. If the key is truly random, then the cryptogram is unconditionally secure or unbreakable. This is known as a one-time pad, and in this case the key cannot be reused or the messages can be decrypted. In practice, we use a key which is computationally secure, generated using a cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator. In this way, the key will be different for every cryptogram. So how do we apply a Vernam cipher to physical signals? To accomplish this, we sample the signal and process one frame at a time. To process a frame, we perform a fast Fourier transform, which represents a time domain signal as its harmonic composition. This representation has two components: the magnitudes of each frequency, or sine wave, used to create the signal, and the phase, or angle, of each of these frequencies. Here is another view of the same concept, illustrating both the magnitude and angle of the underlying frequencies in the signal. Now we can see that for each frame of n samples, we get two vectors of n values, one for the magnitudes and one for the angles. Now we can see how the entire VIPSIC system works. Alice has a signal to send to Bob, and is ready to transmit the next n samples of that signal. That signal S is decomposed into its magnitudes and angles using a Fourier transform. The magnitude and angle vectors are then encrypted using a generated key. Then, an inverse Fourier transform converts the encrypted harmonic representation into a real-time domain signal. The signal is transmitted over a public channel and looks exactly like white noise to Eve. Finally, Bob receives the signal, performs an FFT, decrypts the magnitudes and angles of the frequencies, and then inverts the result back into the original signal S. So we saw how XOR is used on binary. How do we use it on numerical values? The answer is that we use the modulo operation since it behaves the same way as XOR on binary. For a formal proof that modulo is cryptographically equivalent to XOR, please refer to the appendix of our paper. Here we modulo the magnitudes with the maximum magnitude of our system phi. We don't need to apply a modulo operation to the phase vector because angles are cyclic on 2 pi anyways, so it has the same effect. Here's an example where phi is set to 4. We can see that just like XOR, the cryptogram obtains a random appearance based on the entropy of the key. Same for the frequency's phases. We note that since it is possible that a frequency in a cryptogram can have a magnitude of 0, we must add a minute amount of power to all magnitudes before performing the inverse Fourier transform. This is because with no energy on a frequency, it is impossible to relay the encrypted phase, or imagine really like a flat sine wave. This small amount of energy is denoted as lambda here in our equations. To decrypt the signal, we follow the same process as we did for the Vernam cipher, and we obtain the same physical signal. However, we're not done yet. In physical channels, we have to worry about noise and interference, and how they will impact the quality of our signal. Consider the following signal consisting of a high and low frequency sine wave. When we encrypt it, it may look like this. However, when we send it over our channel, we may get some additive noise, which lowers the energy among the mid-range frequencies, marked here in red. After subtracting the key, the value may be lower than 0, and as a result will decrypt to a very large magnitude, giving us 3 sine waves. The same can happen at the boundary of phi, erasing existing frequencies. Therefore, we propose 2 strategies for mitigating noise corruption when using the VIPSIC. The first is called preemptive rise. The idea is to add a small amount of energy to all frequencies and add a small amount of phi to act as a buffer zone for the channel signals to operate within. This of course adds some extra energy to the signal, so there is a trade-off between signal power and reliability. The second approach we call statistical floor. It works by eliminating points that are likely to have been corrupted, and it works like this. Let's assume that there was no noise added to our magnitudes. If so, we can assume that all magnitudes in our decrypted magnitudes are below the value of phi. Therefore, if we observe a magnitude over phi, then it must have been influenced by noise, and we can round it down to phi. The same approach is taken for magnitudes just below negative phi after subtraction and just before the modulo step. In our evaluations, we perform a combination of both noise mitigation approaches. Now there's just one last part of the system we need to do to make it practical, and that's synchronization. When Bob joins the channel, he needs to know which key to use and when to decipher Alice's signal. Therefore, we suggest the following protocol. First, Alice and Bob agree upon a configuration in advance. For example, in person or over an asymmetric encrypted channel. The configuration consists of the initial seed for the cryptographically secure pseudorandom number generator, the start time according to Alice's world clock, and the key generation rate. Then Alice generates the keys using a counter mode cipher such as AES-CTR, while sequentially incrementing the seed for each new key. Then Bob, at any point in time, can deterministically compute Alice's current counter using this function. However, Bob will have some deviation due to his clock being off and the propagation delay. To completely synchronize, Bob decrypts several frames and computes their average autocorrelation. By doing so, he could find the exact start of each frame sent by Alice. To evaluate the VIPSIC, we built a simulator using MATLAB Simulink, and we simulated a 1900 MHz LTE OFDMA channel where the original signal is a QAM16 modulation. Using the same environment, we evaluated the VIPSIC, FCS, ALM, and RSA methods. The following plots show the bit error rates over the channel with additive Gaussian white noise and with multipath propagation interferences as well. We can see that with additive noise, the RSA and ALM methods fail, even with a minute amount of noise. The VIPSIC does quite well up to an SNR of 8 decibels, at which point FCS performs better. However, FCS fails in the presence of multipath propagation interference and is not as secure as the VIPSIC as we've discussed earlier. Looking at the constellation plots for the QAM simples, we can see the effect which the noise has on the encrypted signals, and why FCS fails compared to the VIPSIC. Finally, as a proof of concept, we implemented a prototype using 2 Arduino Duo development boards. With the setup shown to the left, we were able to transmit an encrypted sine wave over the wire between the 2 boards, and then decrypt it on the other side. So in summary, the VIPSIC is a symmetric cipher which can secure any physical signal by encrypting its harmonics, and the secrecy of the VIPSIC is equivalent to that of the key generator being used. Compared to previous signal ciphers, the VIPSIC is more robust to noise and multipath propagation, which makes it a practical solution. It also doesn't use the entire spectrum, or in other words, all frequencies, making it a viable solution for wireless channels. Finally, the VIPSIC can be parallelized over hardware by splitting the frequency bands accordingly. If anybody would like to see our code or run the Python simulator, they can check out our source code on GitHub. That's all. Thank you for your time.
everyone, today I'm going to present you our work on a cooperative jamming game in wireless networks under uncertainty. This research is done by me together with my PhD advisor, Dr. Miliki Beko-Gorsoi. We are from the Department of Industrial and System Engineering of Rutgers University. Our research mainly focuses on applying game theory and optimization to cybersecurity problems. So this is our outline for today's presentation. Now let's look at the anti-eavesdropping problem. In this paper, we focus on defending a wireless networks consisting of multiple parallel channels against the threat of eavesdropping attack. Due to the broadcast nature of wireless networks, any eavesdropper who is hiding within the transmission range can listen to the ongoing communication. In this paper, we assume that the eavesdropper has limited capability of attacking, in a sense that she can only listen to a limited number of channels simultaneously. Thus, the eavesdropper has to strategically pick which channel to attack. So how can we secure such a wireless communication network? We can increase the secrecy capacity of a wireless channel, which is defined as the difference of the communication capacity of that channel and the eavesdropping capacity of that channel. Also, recently, it is shown that intentionally generated artificial noise can be used to decrease eavesdropping capacity. Then the secrecy capacity can be increased. Here we listed the foundational papers of using artificial noise to increase secrecy capacity. This approach is later coined the term cooperative jamming and interference-assisted communication. In this paper, we will use the SINR, which is the abbreviation of signal to interference and noise ratio, to represent both secrecy to both communication capacity and eavesdropping capacity. So you can see that the eavesdropping capacity of channel I is the ratio of feeding channel gain AI times transmission power Ti over the background noise sigma I. Okay, under jamming power Ji, it decreases to AI times Ti over sigma I plus Bi times Ji, where the Bi is the feeding channel gain of the jamming power. Okay. So at the same time, we assume the communication capacity is interference-free from the intentionally generated artificial noise. So this assumption is justified in various papers, including Go and Nagy, Robustness, and JMO. So you can see from the equations here that under the jamming power Ji, okay, channel S secrecy capacity is increased. Here is a collection of literatures we have for this research work. It can be seen that power allocation is always a hot topic for cooperative jamming problems. There are also some game theoretic models for cooperative jamming. So early this year, we have done a power control game for a friendly interferer against an active eavesdropper on a parallel channel network. In that work, we only consider complete channel state information scenario, and here are some other literatures for anti-eavesdropping under incomplete channel state information. So in this work, we will follow Altman's approach to incorporate incomplete CSI into our utility function. So in summary, we develop a non-zero-sum cooperative jamming game considering an active eavesdropper on a wireless network consisting of multiple parallel channels. So instead of using estimators, we incorporate the eavesdropper's incomplete channel state information into the player's payoff functions. We derive a threshold type power allocation policy, and we will show that this Nash equilibrium power allocation policy can be computed through a numerical algorithm. Okay, so now let's do a brief recap of the problem. So we have a parallel channel communication network consisting of n channels. The eavesdropper, in this work, we assume that the eavesdropper can only attack one of them simultaneously. And as the defender, the friendly jammer, we can assign Ji power to channel I under the total power constraint. Summation of Ji is equals to total power J. So ideally, the defender should only interfere an eavesdrop channel. So, but we don't know in advance which channel will be picked by the eavesdropper, and the eavesdropper will try to avoid a strong interference, right? So we model this problem as a Nash game. So here are the notations of this game. Especially, we need to use some notations for the incomplete channel state information. Okay. So we know that the eavesdropping capacity is the ratio of AITI over sigma I plus BIJI. Here, AI and BI, which are the feeding channel gains of the eavesdropping channels, are assumed to be random variables since we don't have exact channel state information. So with probability QRM, AI is equals to the value of alpha IM. Similarly, for the feeding channel gains of jamming signal, with probability PIK, BI will be equals to beta IK. Okay. So now to incorporate all the distributional informations into the utility functions of the players, we know that the expected secrecy capacity is the communication capacity minus the expected eavesdropping capacity, which can be noticed that we can only take out the AI and use the expectation of AI here, but we cannot take out BI and use the expectation of BI in this ratio. We can only have the expectation of the whole ratios. Okay. So another notation is the player strategies. We will have the vector J consisting of Ji to J1 to Jn as the jamming strategies for the defender, and the vector Y consisting of Y1 to Yn as the attacking strategy of the eavesdropper, and Yi stands for the probability of attacking channel I. So now let's take a look at the defender's utility. Okay, so the total defender's expected utility will be based on the allocation of power Ji and the choice of the eavesdropper. Okay, so that is the total communication capacity minus the expected secrecy capacity and minus the total cost you pay to use the cooperative jamming power. Okay, so here is the attacker's utility, which is much simpler. Okay, so simply if the attacker doesn't eavesdrop on channel I, the secrecy capacity, the eavesdropping capacity she gains will be 0. Otherwise, if she picks channel I to attack, the utility will be the expected eavesdropping capacity at that channel. We can take a look at the eavesdropper's optimization problem when the defender strategy J is fixed. So actually, this optimization problem is a relatively clear linear programming formulation. And to analyze it, we can do a derivative of the objective functions over the decision variables. And we can see that the partial derivative of VE at VI is actually the expected eavesdropping capacity given jamming power Ji, and it is a constant if Ji is a fixed number. So then it is clear that for a fixed cooperative jamming strategy, so we should pick the largest derivatives and put all the attacking resource to that channel, right? The defender's best response will be a little bit more complicated to analyze. So let's look at the defender's optimization problem when the eavesdropper strategy 1 is fixed. So this is actually a convex optimization problems, and to analyze it, we can do the partial derivative of the objective functions over each Ji. Okay, so we will define the partial derivatives as the capital Gi function, and by take a look at it, we will notice that this capital Gi function is a decreasing function, which implies that the marginal benefit of applying cooperative jamming power to channel I is decreasing, and it will decrease from a positive number eventually to 0 and to a negative number. And intuitively, when the partial derivative is equal to 0, we shouldn't assign more power to that channel I. So based on the analysis of the partial derivatives of the defender's utility functions, okay, we can have the following theorem. Let's assume the marginal decrease of the utility functions at the optimal point is a threshold value WD. Okay. Apparently, WD will be a positive number. So if the capital GI function of channel I without any jamming powers is greater than WD, then of course we should put some jamming power to that channel. So that is the condition A. So if capital GI 0 is greater than WD, then GI should be the unique root of GIX equals to 0, equals to WD. Otherwise, if GI 0 is less than WD, then we shouldn't apply any power to that channel. So GI will be 0. Okay. So how can we define the threshold value WD? So we will first assume that WD is 0 and solve for a vector Gi. Okay. So if this vector Gi has a property that summation of Gi is greater than J, it means that WD cannot be 0. We cannot decrease the marginal increase of objective function from a more positive number to 0, and WD must be some positive number, and it should be the unique root of the equation summation of JIWD is equals to J, which means total power are used up. So otherwise, if the summation of JI given WD equals to 0 do not exceed the total power constraint, then WD equal to 0 is the solution. Okay. So that's the analysis of the best response of both players. So based on those analyses, we can explore the Nash equilibrium when both players make their decisions simultaneously. So in this paper, we will look for the Nash equilibrium strategies that satisfy the Nash principle, which means that no user has the motivation to deviate from the point. Okay. So to find such a Nash equilibrium strategy pair, we'll get some insights from the KKT conditions. Okay. So if we look at the formulation of the partial derivative of VD over JI, we should notice that if JI is greater than 0, YI should also be greater than 0, which implies that both players will actually focus on the same set of channels. Before going into the computation of a mixed strategy of a Nash game, the first thing we should do is to check whether there is a pure Nash equilibrium. For this game theoretic model, let M be the positive integer such that channel M has the largest expected eavesdropping capacities among all channels. Assume that the attacker will just attack the channel with the largest expected eavesdropping capacity, and in that scenario, so let the defender to allocate all his jamming powers to the same channel M. And if in that situations, when the attacker and the defender both focus on channel M, the channel M still has the largest eavesdropping capacities over all other eavesdropping channels, then we will say that, okay, only attack and defend channel M is a pair of NE strategies. If such a pair of pure Nash equilibrium strategies doesn't exist, we need to look for a Nash equilibrium consisting of mixed strategies. In this page, we listed out the proper definition of vector J and vector Y given the value of WA and WD. For example, given the value of WA, the value of JI should be the unique root of RIX equals to WA if RR0 is greater than WA. Notice that RIX is defined to be equal to the partial derivatives of the attacker's utility function over YI. So this conditions here actually means that if the original expected eavesdropping capacity is greater than WA, then the defender should have already allocate some jamming powers to channel I. Otherwise, we can't have WA in the Nash equilibrium. Another condition says that if the original expected eavesdropping capacity at channel I is less than WA, then the defender doesn't have to send any jamming power to that channel. Okay. For the solution of YI, it actually depends on both value WA and WD. Okay. Notice that the definition of HI is actually the solution when the partial derivative of the defender's utility functions over ji is equals to wd. Okay, remember we know that if ji is greater than 0, then yi is also greater than 0. Then at channel I, the partial derivative of the defender's utility function over ji should be equals to wd, and that solutions give you that yi should be equals to hi. Okay. So when Ri0 is less than Wa, which actually corresponds to the previous condition that Ji is equals to 0, then we also need to have Yi is equals to 0. Okay, so the situation of Ri0 equals to Wa is a little bit of complicated. We will not explain it in detail, but you can check the proof in our paper. Okay, in summary, the definitions here gives a proper definition of the value of J and Y as long as you provide a value of WA and WD. But that doesn't mean that any WA and WD will be the value in a Nash equilibrium, right? So the next theorem shows that under what conditions WA and WD together with the J and Y vectors decided on W and WD will form a Nash equilibrium. Okay, so given WA, WD, and JWA, YWA, WD, they are a pair of Nash equilibrium strategies if we satisfy the primary constraints. Okay, we satisfy the dual constraint, and WA, WD are greater than 0, and at the same time we satisfy the complementary slackness constraints. So now the key question is how we can find a pair of WA and WD that satisfy all those constraints. So in the next slides, we will provide a searching algorithm for WA and WD. So basically, we use a bisection search method to search for the value of WA, and based on the value of WA, we use the condition listed in our series to calculate the value of WD and the value of JI and YIs. So since it is a bisection search, so it is guaranteed to converge to the Nash equilibrium. So in the last section of today's presentation, we will show the comparison of 3 power control strategies. So the first one is the proposed game-theoretic power control strategy under incomplete CSI. The second one is the power control strategy, where the defender assumes that the attacker will attack every channel with equal probability, but still take into consideration the incomplete CSI. And for the last strategy, it is the similar game theoretic strategy, but use the mean value of eavesdropping's fitting channel gains as estimators. Okay. So these are the parameters of the network we use for the example. You can see the TI, the GI, the expectation of AI, and the distribution of BI. So for the first comparison, we are going to compare strategy 1 and strategy 2. So between strategy 1 and strategy 2, we can see that strategy 2 leaves too much jamming power unused. Okay, and also strategy 2 wastes some jamming power on channel 5. And from the first figure, we can show that it is not beneficial, actually not beneficial to do cooperative jamming on channel 4, but somehow strategy 2 still did that, and it actually indeed decreased the expected utility of the defender. And the next comparison is between strategy 1 and strategy 3. And in this example, we can see that they are relatively similar. The only thing that strategy 3 does, which is not that good, is that it wastes some jamming powers on channel 4. And it actually decreased the payoff of the defender. Okay, so that's all for our presentation for today. So in summary, we present another zero-sum game to help the defender find the optimal cooperative jamming powers allocation strategy under the assumption that the eavesdropper will strategically pick one channel as targets. Okay, and this zero-sum game also include the incomplete CSI into consideration. We provide some analytical form solution for the NE strategies. We provide a search algorithm to find the Nash equilibrium, and we show that the uncertain eavesdropping gains, especially the channel gain of cooperative jamming signals, should not be simply approximated as in strategy 3. Okay, so that's all for today's content, and here we have the question and answer section.
Hello everyone, my name is Wang Yu. The topic of the paper is identifying dApps and user behaviors on Ethereum via encrypted traffic. I will introduce the paper from the following 6 aspects. First, I will introduce the background of this paper. Due to decentralization, anonymity, peer-to-peer network, no need for third parties, and worldwide payments, blockchain technology has become a hot topic in the world. After more than 10 years of development, the functions carried by the blockchain have also changed, from the cryptocurrency on Bitcoin to the smart contract on Ethereum, thus supporting the Turing-complete scripting, which leads to DApps attracting the attention of many people, including normal users and attackers. Until now, there are about 3,600 dApps on blockchain, and 80% of them are deployed on Ethereum. So we focus on dApps on Ethereum. Due to the importance of network security and user privacy, more and more network services and applications are encrypted, which makes the scale of encrypted traffic in the network exploding. As an emerging technology, decentralized applications attract people to run smart contracts according to their wishes for building dApps. Although it brings convenience to users, it also brings many security risks, such as smart contract vulnerabilities. For example, random number attack, transition congestion attack, rollback attack, hard fail attack, reentry attack, and so on have taken a heavy toll on the dApps world. From the figure, we can see that smart contract vulnerabilities account for 47% of the total economic losses. For new technology that has only been developing for 5 years, one of the biggest problems is to detect attacks in a timely manner. Many attackers have abnormal behaviors in dApps compared to normal users. In addition, some dApps cannot provide good QoS, such as have large latency. As for dApps classification, it can solve the problem of long training time caused by high-dimensional filters in the exciting research. As for dApps user behaviors classification, it may help network operators detect suspicious behaviors, thereby enhancing the protection of user privacy. For example, the attacker recruits employees through posts in incidents, which are actually phishing posts. This classification may help to identify dubious behavior which is repeated many times by the same IP in a short period of time. As for general user behaviors classification, it can provide valuable information such as throughput latency within an organization, which helps operators to configure their networks to improve QoS of dApps. At present, the classification on dApps encrypted traffic is faced with 2 major challenges. The first challenge is how to classify dApps more accurately and efficiently. The second challenge is how to apply early research results to more fine-grained dApps encrypted traffic classification problems without reducing performance. Next, I will introduce the dataset used in the experiment of this paper. The figure shows our traffic collection platform. Users use dApps through virtual machines that are connected to the same access point, and all captured fields are transferred to the point for traffic processing and experiments. In order to assess our proposed filters, we select 11 representative dApps of diverse categories on Ethereum, After analyzing each DApp, we extract 88 available user behaviors in total. Then we categorize 88 user behaviors into 15 general user behavior, which represent the performance of these DApps. In order to achieve a particular target, a user must perform several actions in a precise order, which is the same as the action sequence in the real world. We write 88 automatic VBS scripts, and each script represents a user behavior. Each user behavior is conducted for 200 times. DApps traffic data was collected from August 1st, 2019 to September 30, 2019. As seen in the figure, we get the multi-lab dataset. For each flow, it has 3 labs, including DApps lab, DApps user behavior lab, and the general user behavior lab. Next, I will introduce the technical methods of the paper. The figure above is the main process for modeling. After we collect DApps network traffic and pre-process DApps traffic, we analyze characteristics of different application scenarios. Then we propose different filters. Finally, we apply different sets of filters to the exciting machine learning classifiers for different application scenarios classification. As for DApps classification, there are many different characteristics between DApps and traditional applications, such as operation mode. DApps are decentralized. Data storage. DApps have no central server. Data stored on Ethereum platform or IPFS. Construction. Traditional web applications consist of browser side and server side. DApps consist of browser side and smart contracts. We extract 2 filters, time series and packet length distribution. As for DApps user behavior classification, we consider 3 aspects: different sequence of actions, different writing method, and composition of smart contracts. Some user behaviors need external call to connect user wallet. The figure shows the filter excited by us. As for general user behavior classification, we ignore the difference between different DApps. A general user behavior contains similar behaviors of multiple DApps. The third part of the figure shows the filters of this scenario. This chart shows the differences in some dimensional characteristics of different user behaviors. Each subgraph on the left represents user behaviors in a DApp. The graph on the right represents statistical distribution of the inter-arrival time series. In this paper, the evaluated classifiers include RF, DT, and JBDT. The experimental results are shown in the table. The RF classifier achieved the best performance for 3 application scenarios. So we select the RF classifier for the following experiments. As for the evaluation of DApps classification, we compare our proposed filters with 2 other methods to classify 11 DApps. AppScanner uses the statistical filters of packet lengths about incoming, outgoing, and bidirectional flows in the RF classifier. FFP uses 3 sequence filters: time series, packet length, and burst. Then these filters are fused through a kernel fraction to become high-dimensional filters, which are used in the RF classifier. All of the methods perform good. The accuracy of the worst classifier reaches 98%. The accuracy of our method is 99.5%. which is higher 1.06% than AppScanner, and our filters outperform FFP with about 0.5 improvement. However, the vector input into the classifier of FFP is much larger than the classifier of our method, so FFP takes longer time to build a model. Our model uses less filters to improve efficiency and get better results. As for evaluation of DApps user behaviors classification, we compare our approach with AppScanner and OLIS filters. OLIS use statistical time filters about incoming, outgoing, and bidirectional flows in the RF classifier. Our approach achieves the best performance and outperforms the other methods. The accuracy of the proposed method achieves about 95.6%, and the FE soccer achieves about 95.5%. Compared to AppScanner and OLI, the accuracy of our filters increased by 27.5% and 48.06%. We think our proposed filters can inject more information and details so that our approach is far more effective than others. Since we are the first one to classify encrypted traffic in this scenario, and in order to confirm the validity of the proposed filters for general user behaviors classification, we compare our proposed filters with AppScanner, FFP, and the filters mentioned in OLI. The average precision of our method is 98.7%. Compared with these methods, the precision of our method increased by about 33.3%, 35.8%, and 54.1% respectively. The improvement in fact is very obvious. To implement our proposed method is useful, and excited filters are better for general user behaviors classification. 7 filter sets are conducted from these filters. As you can see in the table, the filters in set 1 are proposed by FFP, but do not conduct filter fusion. The experiment results of different filter sets are shown in the left figure. The result of filter set 7 is the best. We think the experiment of filter 7 achieves desirable results case it combines all filters, then obtains the maximum information. We conduct an additional experiment to find the reason for the poor performance of burst filter. The right finger shows the number of packets for general user behaviors flows. We can see that most of them are less than 20 packets. In this paper, we focus on classification on DApps encrypted traffic for 3 application scenarios: DApps classification, DApps user behaviors classification, and general user behaviors classification. For different scenarios, we exact different sizes of suitable filters from DApps encrypted traffic after analyzing DApps characteristics. The experimental results show that our method has achieved a satisfactory result in the encrypted traffic collected from 11 representative DApps. The accuracy of DApps classification reaches 99.5%. The accuracy of DApps user behaviors classification reaches 95.6%. And the accuracy of general user behaviors classification reaches 98.5%. The results showed that our proposed features outperform the state-of-the-art methods. That's all. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Mohammad Ariful Haq. I am a PhD candidate at the Department of Computational Modeling and Simulation Engineering at Old Dominion University. My research area includes development of cyber resilience analytics in cyber physical systems, specifically focusing on the energy delivery system. Today I am going to present my work titled Modeling Mission Impact of Cyber Attacks on Energy Delivery Systems. I welcome you all to the presentation. In this presentation, I am going to talk about the research problems that we want to solve, our solution approaches, and modeling methodologies. I am also going to discuss the results and analysis followed by the contributions and limitations of this work along with future directions. We know energy delivery systems are complex cyber-physical systems where it involves integration of computations, networking, and physical processes. There are different degrees of risk of cyber attacks on the operational assets because of the integration of information technology and the operational technology network. An example of a recent high-impact cyber attack incident on the power grid network is the attack on Ukrainian power grid in 2015. Assessment and quantification of operational impact is of utmost necessary in energy delivery systems for developing defensive strategies. There are two research questions as yet not fully analyzed by the research community. These are: how could we incorporate the operational dependencies into the traditional security assessment model? And how to quantify the effects of cyber attacks on the operational network utilizing those dependencies. When we talk about the operational dependencies, we mean that we can segregate the operations into missions, tasks, applications, and hosting devices. A mission is an objective to maintain the operational functionality of the constituent parts of the system through securing the performance of the required tasks according to the design or specification. Now, from the attack graph or other existing security analysis models, we can correlate the dependency among the applications and the hosting devices. But we cannot incorporate the impacts of cyber attacks on those devices affect the operational missions and tasks. As an example, we may consider the SCADA operations as our mission, which has 4 tasks: sensing, reporting, monitoring, and initiating commands. With the existing models, we can derive the impacts on the devices, but we cannot quantify the impacts on the missions and the tasks. Let us look at some of the literature reviews. So there are several works based on the attack graphs, and attack graph is a popular security analysis tool. But attack graphs clearly do not incorporate mission-specific operational dependencies. Several works, such as the work by Sun et al. And Chow et al., motivates us to work on this problem, but again there are the following gaps in those analyses. These are formal mathematical reasonings to integrate the attack graph and dependency graph and correlation of the impact to the system operability, and finally how to apply generally in cyber physical systems rather than only concentrating on the information technology systems. So let's move on to our modeling approach. In this approach, we utilize both the network information and the operational dependency information. We form a logical attack graph with the network scan and access control rules. We then form a mission functional dependency graph from the system operational documents and device level scanning. We then form the mission impact propagation graph by reversing the mission dependency graph and utilizing the transitivity rules. Then we extract the graphs in data log clauses and combine them in the Malware simulation engine by creating the customized interaction rules. Malware stands for multi-host, multi-stage vulnerability analysis language. The integration gives the mission impact assessment graph, and we then utilize the computation algorithms or procedures to compute the impact and operability. So let us have an example how the different blocks in our approach works together. In this case, we have taken an example of the operation and maintenance of a cyber physical manufacturing plant as our mission. So here actually the operation and maintenance is our mission. The process depends on real-time data collections by the sensor devices, and the historian device stores those data, which is the task. The historian is made of Siemens vendor, and the historian software application is Symantec 2014 SP3 Basic, which is the app. This application is installed and running in Windows Server 2008 SP2 version, which is the hosting device. Now the Windows Server software has a remote code execution vulnerability with the CVID CV 2017-0148. The logical attack graph depicts a vulnerability that would lead to the privilege of code execution in the Windows Server machine. Our LAG block handles this scenario. The mission functional dependency graph captures the operational mission and task dependency of data collection and storing. As we can see from the arrow, the MFDG block handles this scenario. Next, if there is an executive privilege gained by the attacker on the Windows Server machine, then this privilege would lead to the impact on the associated applications, then tasks, and propagate to the overall mission. The mission impact propagation graph block captures this scenario. So from now on, we will be explaining our graphical modeling approach that we utilized in modeling and solving the problems that we explained earlier. Basically, a logical attack graph, in short LAG, contains three different types of nodes. These are primitive fact nodes, derivation nodes, and derived fact nodes. Primitive fact nodes incorporate facts about the system such as network connectivity, access control or firewall rules, user accounts on host machines, etc. Derivation nodes, also known as rule or action or execution or exploit nodes, represent an action the attacker can take or satisfy certain conditions to gain a privilege in the system. Derived fact nodes, also known as privilege nodes, represent a capability an attacker gains after performing an action by satisfying the precondition. The detailed definitions of this is given of the logical attack graph is given in the paper. A mission functional dependency graph is a directed acyclic graph which contains mission nodes, task nodes, application nodes, and host nodes. Its edges represent different types of logical dependencies such as and, or, flow relations, etc. It also has the parameters of strength of dependency for both interdependency and intradependency. Let's move on. A mission impact propagation graph is also a directed acyclic graph representing the similar nodes in the reverse direction of mission functional dependency graph. This graph represents how the cyber attack on any of the hosting device can propagate to the operational tasks and mission. Finally, a mission impact assessment graph is the result of combining the logical attack graph and the mission impact propagation graph. This graph gives the computation of the impacts on different nodes in the network. Again, the detail of these three different types of graphs has been given in the paper in detail. Now let us consider how we integrate the two graphs. So on the left hand side, we explain different types of edges in logical attack graph and also different types of edges in mission impact propagation graph. We then apply a graph union operations on the LAG and MIPG to combine them to get the mission impact assessment graph. Due to the time constraints, we are not able to go deep into the explanations of the mathematical expressions here, but those are explained detailed in the within the paper. Now once we have the MIAG, we can utilize the probabilistic computation process on the nodes to compute the derived score. The derived score indicates the likelihood of impact on the task and the mission nodes. Again, The challenge is to translate the impact to the system level operability. Once we have the impact likelihood, we need to translate that to the operability of the hosting devices in the networked environment. In this paper, we present 6 different types of dependency cases which may arise in practical scenario, and all other cases can be a combination of 2 or more cases of these dependency relationships. In each of the cases, left-hand side figure points the task to device dependency, and the right-hand side figure shows them in the form of mission impact assessment graph. Let's move on to the operability computation. When we compute the operability, we consider the impact factor and present operational capability of the devices at discrete time instances. The impact factor is the fraction or amount of loss or reduction in the device's performances or operability. Present operational capability, POC, is a time-dependent operational capability of the host indicating the operability level of the device at the given time instant t. POC value 1.0 means fully operable and POC value 0.0 means fully inoperable. We present the expression for all these 6 cases how to compute the impact factor and operability in the paper. Now, a mission can be established in different ways, or for example, different alternative ways. These are the task paths, which again consists of a sequence of tasks. Similarly, those tasks depend on some devices which are device paths. The overall impact of a mission is the maximum of the average of all task impacts in those task paths. Similarly, the overall operability is the minimum of the average of all the operability of the hosting devices in those device paths. The idea here is to consider the maximum impact and minimum operability to consider the most severe attack scenario. Let's move on to the case study and evaluation. We have taken a case study of supervisory control and data acquisition system in operations in energy delivery system. We have considered 8 tasks starting from sensing through the field sensors such as PLC or RTU, remote terminal unit, to the initiating of corrective commands through the HMI or human machine interface. We have also shown the associated devices and task relationships in this diagram, as there are an OR relationship at the end. So basically we can see we have 2 task paths here to accomplish the operation mission. One is to automatically extraction and automated command initiation, and another one is the manual operation. Next, we have set up a NIST defense in depth architecture based network scenario by dividing the network into 5 layers. We also present the vulnerabilities associated with the hosting devices in table 1, where we see that the 5 hosting device has each one has 1 vulnerability. There are 2 ways the attacker can break into the system by exploiting the stepping stone attack paths. Although the attacker cannot directly reach to HMI in this case, but as the HMI operations are dependent on other devices such as the data acquisition server, so its operability is impacted indirectly because of the dependency relations. Because if the data acquisition server is impacted, the HMI is not going to be able to pull the data from that server. So we have presented here the complete mission impact assessment graph that we get from the Mulvel simulation. Again, Mulvel stands for multi-host, multi-stage vulnerability analysis language. As can be seen here, there are several task impact nodes which would give the likelihood of the impacts on those tasks. We see that there is no impact on task T1 and T2, but there is different degrees of task impact on T3 to T8. This is because the attacker has no way to penetrate to the PLC or RTU devices by exploiting stepping stone attacks. But for the other cases, the attacker either can reach to those devices, or there is a dependency relationships of those tasks on the other tasks where the devices can be impacted. for large graph, we need to apply a pruning methodology. We apply a simple pruning algorithm by bypassing or removing some intermediary nodes that contains only some information and does not affect the overall computation process. For example, a flow node flows the information from the predecessor to the successor, so we can remove the flow node in between two other nodes. We then find that we have some computed values for those different tasks starting from task T3 to T8, and these are the impacts or impact likelihoods that we are getting from the Mulville simulation. Next, we need to compute the impact factor and the operability considering the task relationships. As we can see, there are two task paths. One is from T3 to T6 to T8, where T3 is again a relation of T1, an AND relation between T1 and T2, and T6 is an AND relation of T4 and T5. Similarly, we have another task path T3, T5, T7 and T8, where T3 is having an AND relation of T1 and T2. We utilizes different strength of dependency scenarios. For example, here the circle 1 indicates they have equal strength of dependency, or SOD value equals to 1.0. In this case, we need to take the maximum of the two of those impact values to compute the overall impact. Similarly, we can compute the operability by taking the minimum of the average of the operability of those hosting devices in the device paths. Now the question comes to the scalability. This question comes naturally because we have combined two graphs. As we have utilized the data log clauses in the input files and interaction files in the Mulville to generate the combined graph, we only generate the MIAG, which is the mission impact assessment graph, in the process. So basically we need to derive two different text files incorporating the data log clause, which is one for the logical attack graph and one for the mission impact propagation graph, and then combine these two input files with an interaction rule files in Mulville to generate the mission impact assessment graph. We see that the scalability depends on the mission impact assessment graph generation, and roughly with a simulation of nearly 3,000 nodes, it can be done in 3.5 minutes on an average. So to talk about the contributions of this work, we have formalized the graph definitions and computation processes so the model can be implemented for cyber-physical systems in general. And because of the formalism, the model can be implemented irrespective of the simulation platform, even if we have utilized here the Mulville simulation engine. We try to illustrate our model with a complex supervisory control and data acquisition system operations case study systematically, so that it makes easy understanding of the modeling approaches. This modeling approach is also applicable to other cyber-physical systems other than the energy delivery system. In the limitations, the model does not segregate among different types of cyber attacks such as an APT attack or DDoS attack, distributed denial of service attack. We consider the cyber attacks in general to compute the impact of on the mission and the system. Also, we have considered only operational dependencies in this model. We do not consider the tactical or strategic dependencies. The challenge, there are a couple of challenges. So creation of customized rule sets for large cyber-physical network can be a challenge, because in this modeling case, we specifically uses the Mulville simulation engine, and Mulville simulation engine requires a interaction file, and we have customized that file for our case study. Also, understanding of the dependencies in a large cyber-physical systems are critical. In conclusion, we want to say we address here two modeling problems in the security domain of energy delivery system. The first problem deals with the incorporation of the mission functional dependency into the traditional security graph model or the attack graph model. The second problem is to quantify and assess the mission impact and system operability. We provide detailed formalisms and case study illustrations to support the solution of the above problems. And in our future work, we want to incorporate the strategic and tactical dependencies and along with the operational dependencies. Last but not the least, this work is supported by the Department of Energy under the award number DEOE 00007080. Finally, I would like to thank the EAI SecureComm 2020 Organizing Committee, Technical Committee, the reviewers, and everyone involved in this process to make this a successful conference. If any of you have any questions on the paper or the modeling approach, please feel free to reach out to me on my email given below. I would also appreciate any feedback or suggestions you may have to improve our modeling approach. Thank you all for your participation and stay safe.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing well and being safe. My name is Sayed, I'm from Penn State University. The paper I will be presenting today is titled Improving Robustness of a Popular Probabilistic Clustering Algorithm Against Insider Attacks. This is a joint work with Dr. Laporta and Dr. McDaniel from Penn State University and Dr. Silvestri from University of Kentucky. This paper is about analyzing and improving the robustness of clustering in wireless sensor network against security compromise. We study the robustness of a popular energy-efficient hierarchical clustering algorithm, EEHCA, as an example of probabilistic class in terms of security compromise. We analytically characterize two different attack models. In the first attack model, the attacker aims to gain control over the network by stealing network traffic or by disrupting the data aggregation process, which is also known as integrity attack. In the second attack model, the goal of the attacker is to abridge the network lifetime, a denial of service attack. Finally, we propose an anomaly detection solution to capture anomalous behavior as soon as possible. So let's start with a brief introduction on clustering. So why clustering for wireless sensor networks? Clustering improves efficiency of routing and data aggregation. It provides scalability, efficient communication, energy conservation, and it prolongs the network lifetime. Each cluster consists of a cluster head and ordinary nodes. Ordinary nodes are responsible for sensing and generating the data. On the other hand, cluster heads have more responsibilities. They perform possibly initial processing on the gathered data by the ordinary nodes, and then forward these data to the base station, or even possibly other clusters. They organize activities within the cluster and maintain routing tables and paths. One important class of clustering is probabilistic approach. This class of clustering enables a rapid cluster formation with a low overhead as nodes independently define their roles. The objective here is to find the optimal probability which minimizes the energy spent in the network, which is particularly suitable for wireless sensor networks where energy conservation is vital. An important example of this class is EEHCA. EEHCA is a distributed probabilistic energy efficient clustering mechanism for wireless sensor networks. So let's see, how does EEHCA work first? Sensor nodes are assumed to be distributed in a square plane. Nodes become a cluster head voluntarily with the same fixed probability, independent of their location, independent of each other. These nodes are called volunteer cluster heads. Volunteer cluster heads then advertise themselves to other nodes. Nodes that are not volunteer cluster heads join the cluster with the closest volunteer cluster head. And these nodes are called ordinary nodes. Any other nodes that are neither volunteer cluster head nor ordinary nodes become forced cluster heads. These nodes only serve themselves. So not only they gather and generate the data, but also they send directly this data to the base station. Here in this slide, you're seeing different examples of how does EHCA work depending on the value of the optimal probability value. So now let's talk about security. Security is nowadays a main concern of any domain or application. Given the cluster algorithm we just reviewed, it is essential to analyze its robustness against security compromise. Wireless sensor network typically consists of low-cost sensor nodes, which are not tamper-resistant and are typically left unattended. Consequently, they are susceptible to physical and cyber attacks. Particularly, they are vulnerable to insider attacks in which a compromised node retains its full credential and can operate in compliance with security rules within the network. So prevention-based approaches such as cryptography primitives cannot address the security threats due to insider attacks. So let's start with our first attack model, an integrity attack. Here, attacker aim to gain control over the network by setting their probability to become volunteer cluster head to some probability greater than the optimal probability. As a result, they become volunteer cluster head more often, more frequently, and can gain control over the network more often. This is very important attack. I would like to emphasize this by providing a scenario. Consider a scenario where these compromised nodes are only a part of a massive attack, which is going to launch at some particular time. These insider compromised nodes can become volunteer more frequently for the duration of the massive attack and either delete or steal the data sent by legitimate nodes and make this massive attack even more effective. So we analyzed this attack model using some mathematical tools, and we obtained theorem number one. Theorem number one analyzes the percentage of legitimate ordinary nodes that belong to clusters with malicious cluster heads under this attack model. So it states that given we have n nodes where m nodes are compromised to cause more than 50% of legitimate ordinary nodes to belong to clusters with malicious cluster heads, an attacker needs to select or become volunteer cluster head with some probability that satisfies this inequality. It should be greater than n over m minus 1 multiplied by the optimal probability. So here we illustrate the impact of this attack model. We show the percentage of legitimate nodes served by a malicious cluster head as a function of number of compromised nodes. You see on the x-axis, we have the percentage of malicious nodes from all the way 0% to 100%. And on the y-axis, we have the total legitimate ordinary nodes belong to malicious cluster head divided by total legitimate ordinary nodes. So as the percentage of malicious nodes increases, the percentage of legitimate ordinary nodes served by malicious cluster head increases. And this increase can be nonlinear. So let's first look at the green line. This is a line, it corresponds to the case where the attacker chooses the same probability as the optimal probability. And you see the increase is linear. However, if the attacker chooses a greater probability than optimal probability, this increase is now non-linear. So, for example, if only 10% of the 10% of nodes are compromised, only 10% are compromised, then about 25% of legitimate ordinary nodes will follow a malicious cluster head if the attacker chooses a probability of volunteering equal to 3 times optimal probability. And if it selects probability of volunteering to be cluster head to be equal to 1, then you see more than 50% of the legitimate nodes will follow a cluster head where a cluster where the cluster head is malicious. So now let's consider attack model number 2, a denial of service attack. Here the attacker aims to launch a denial of service attack or a battery drain attack. To achieve this goal, they refuse to pay the rule of volunteer cluster head when they are supposed to volunteer. So they would set their probability of becoming cluster head to some value less than the optimal value. So now 2 things gonna happen. First, more traffic is going to send to legitimate cluster heads in this scenario. It's gonna overwhelm these cluster heads, these legitimate clusters. Other thing is that legitimate ordinary nodes have to spend more energy to send their data to cluster head, since they have to join a cluster where the cluster head is now positioned at a farther distance. Once again, we analyze this attack using mathematical tools. Theorem number 2 characterizes the increase in the number of nodes served by legitimate cluster heads. And it states that if an attacker never becomes a volunteer cluster head, the expected number of ordinary nodes in each cluster in a system under attack model 2 is related to the expected number of ordinary nodes in each cluster in a attack-free system using this equality, this equation. Theorem number 3 characterizes the increase in the expected energy spent by legitimate ordinary nodes under attack model number 2. And it says that if an attacker never becomes a volunteer cluster head, the expected energy to send a unit of data to the cluster head in a system under attack model 2 versus in a system, in an honest system where there is no attack is going on, follows this equation. So now let's talk about anomaly detection. We observe that a considerable percentage of legitimate nodes may be affected, even if only a small fraction of nodes are compromised. So we would like to detect anomalous behavior as soon as possible. What does normal mean? Normal here means nodes volunteer with the optimal probability. Deviation from normal means a node volunteer with some probability other than the optimal probability. So our problem here is basically detecting changes in the probability of distribution. We should detect changes in the probability of success of a Bernoulli random variable. Couple of notes. First, we want a high detection rate. Second, we desire no false positives. We don't want to remove legitimate nodes falsely. And third, this detection should be done as soon as possible. So here's our detection strategy. First of all, from this clustering algorithm, we know that each node volunteers independent of the other nodes. So each legitimate node monitors all of its neighbors and record the status of the neighbors. By status, we mean, is the neighbor cluster head or is the neighbor ordinary node for this round of cluster head formation? Honest neighbors become cluster head with probability of with optimal probability. So basically we need to detect changes in the probability of success of Bernoulli random variable, and to detect if its probability was higher or lower than the optimal probability as soon as possible, we apply different approaches. We apply a quickest detection algorithm, and we consider two different classes. First is the Q-sum cumulative sum. Cumulative sum is a quickest detection algorithm aimed to detect shift from the probability of success as soon as possible. And the Q-sum statistic can be initialized in different ways. In a zero start, the Q-sum statistic initially starts from 0. A faster anomaly detection can be achieved by giving the Q-sum statistic a head start with the cost of small increase in the false alarm rate. The second class we consider is parametric statistical tests. Since the underlying distribution is known here, and samples are expected to come from a Bernoulli distribution with probability of success of P opt, we also consider parametric statistical tests. We consider two different methods under this class, the score test and likelihood ratio test. So let's talk a bit about false positives. Removing legitimate nodes falsely results in degradation in the performance and the optimality of the clustering algorithm. To reduce the false positive, for the QSUM method, we consider different approaches. The first is reset the QSUM statistic to 0 after every few rounds of cluster head formation. And the best approach is self-monitoring approach. We will see that self-monitoring approach. In the self-monitoring approach, each legitimate node not only monitor the neighbors, but also monitor its own status. And the intuition here is to prevent legitimate nodes from getting marked as malicious nodes because of crossing the control limits in the QSUM test performed by the other nodes. So here we have false positive versus detection rate. First, look at the false positive, the figure on the left. So on the x-axis, we have cluster head election rounds. This is going to be recorded for 100 election rounds. On the y-axis, we have the percentage of nodes removed incorrectly. From this figure, we observe that self-monitoring approach, the red curve, eliminates the false positive. This is very good. For the other method, the number of nodes incorrectly characterized as compromised nodes accumulates over rounds of cluster head formation. Moreover, parametric statistical tests have a higher percentage of incorrectly removing nodes than QSUM tests. And also the resetting the QSUM statistics slows the false positive rate. Still, there are false positives, which is not desirable. In the right, we have the detection rate versus the cluster head election rounds. And we're comparing the detection rate of these methods. As expected, QSUM's self-monitoring approach detects malicious nodes with a higher rate than resetting approach. And this is very comparable with the statistical tests, with the advantage of eliminating false positives. So the ultimate goal of the proposed detection strategy is to eliminate any legitimate traffic toward malicious nodes without incorrectly removing legitimate nodes. Our proposed solution effectively detects malicious nodes misbehaviors and does not produce false positives. So this is for the self-monitoring. This figure is for self-monitoring approach and for different probabilities of the attacker, probabilities of becoming cluster head. And you see from the green and the blue line, this is corresponding to an attack that the probability of attacker is 0.9. The probability of attacker to volunteer to become cluster head is 0.95. And you see immediately we are capturing maybe less than 5 rounds. So the less than 5 rounds with totally removing all the malicious nodes here. And if that and you see the green is for a head start and the blue is the 0 start QSUM. As expected, the green should be high, should be catch the malicious nodes faster. And if the attacker chooses a probability, let's say 3 times optimal, it takes a longer time, but it's not. But first of all, we're capturing them, and second of all, an attacker whose probability is not much higher than the optimal probability is not gaining much advantage and has a very low impact. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation and use this opportunity to thank you for attending or watching my talk. I would also like to thank my collaborators and reviewers for their comments and feedback. Thank you and stay safe.
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Abdul Basitur Rahim and I'm faculty member at Montana Tech University. And the co-authors of this research are Dr. Ihab Al-Shair from Carnegie Mellon University and Dr. Chi Duan from University of North Carolina at Charlotte. The title of this research is Formal Verification of Configuration-Based Mutation Techniques for Moving Target Defense. Moving target defense allows the cyber systems to proactively defend against a wide-scale vector of sophisticated attacks by dynamically changing the system parameters and defense strategies in a timely and economical fashion. It can provide robust defense by deceiving attackers from reaching their goals, disrupting their plans via changing adversarial behaviors, and deterring them through prohibitively increasing the cost for the attacks. MTD is distributed by nature since the process or actions in MTD are executed in an interleaved manner. It is important to verify the design correctness and integrity, otherwise the design error can lead to failure or inconsistencies. The verification of the MTD techniques should be performed in earlier design phase to prevent system failures. The successful implementation of MTD techniques over numerous mutable and configurable parameters is challenging. Even with correct design, the system must be correctly configured before performing the simulation and validation. Due to the dynamic nature of MTD, the configurable parameters are dependent on one another. The change in value of one parameter affects the other parameters. If the parameters are not configured correctly, then the MTD does not remain conflict-free or system integrity will disrupt. Moreover, MTD design must satisfy the mutation constraints and design properties, which makes sure that the system is randomized, conflict-free, live, and progressive. The reachability, liveness, deadlock-freeness, and fairness are the properties that ensure the system that the design is correct. In this work, we present a formal specification and verification methodology to ensure the design correctness and the operational integrity of configuration-based MTD techniques. For this purpose, we have simulated and verified the MTD technique random host mutation against the design correctness properties over numerous configurable and mutable parameters. We have designed a generalized model of RHM that ensures the scalability of verification of RHM. Our simulation and verification ensure the design correctness and the robustness of the system. In this paper, the functionality of individual entities of random host mutation protocol is graphically presented. The system behavior and basic functionality are modeled using system modeling language. The graphical model is helpful to understand the MTD techniques. For detailed requirement specification, we use duration calculus, which is an interval logic for specification of real-time system. DC covers dimensions that are required for specification and verification for embedded and real-time systems. DC is useful to specify the real-time events and actions such as the one used in the time-based mutation of MTD. Moreover, the DC specification and constraints are also provable. The RHM is a real-time system as it handles the real-time events which needs a real-time response. Therefore, DC best suits for formal requirement specification of RHM. The RHM architecture consists of host, moving target gateways, domain name servers, switch, and moving target controller. The MTG is responsible for all interactions of MT hosts with other entities, while the MTC is brain of RHM protocol, which mutates VIP address, mean virtual IP addresses of MT hosts frequently, and updates the MTG with new VIPs. There are two types of hosts, mutable and non-mutable hosts. The IP address of the mutable host mutates frequently by MTC to save the empty host from the scanner. The mutable host is also called empty host, whereas the non-empty host is a host whose IP address does not mutate. The MTG contains the translation table, which contains the virtual IP address and the real IP address of all empty hosts. It hides the addresses of empty hosts from rest of the entities, while the domain name server contains the real IP addresses of all hosts. The DNS directly interacts with MTG and the empty hosts interact with DNS through MTG. We have extended our early research and the RHM protocol. Initially, the source empty host only knows the name of destination empty host. Therefore, the source host empty host requests DNS through source MTG for the address of destination empty host to start communication. The DNS receives the name of the destination host, the empty host, and responds to RIP of the destination empty host. The source MTG intercepts the DNS response and translates the RIP address to VIP address, rewrites the DNS response, and forwards to source empty host. The host sends a packet to source MTG to forward it to destination empty host. The source MTG translates the destination empty host VIP address to real IP address, rewrites the packet, and forwards the packet to the switch with RIP address of the sender and the receiver. The switch forwards the packet to destination MTG along with the real IP address of source and destination empty host. At the end, the destination MTG translates the RIP address of senders to VIP address, forwards the packet to destination empty host using RIP. The empty host with the destination MTG sends back the packet in the same way. However, empty host can only see the VIP address of each other instead of the RIP addresses. In both cases, the MTG translates the RIP to VIP. For verification purpose, we have graphically modeled the functionality of RHM. We have formalized the requirements and the functionality using DC duration calculus specification, and then we also specify the constraints using duration calculus. We mapped the formal specification with model checker. We used model checker for verification purpose, and we use temporal logic to specify the constraints for the verification. This is the graphical presentation of the functionality of the MTG. The host, first of all, a host requests for the destination empty host address, which the request is intercepted by the MTG, and then MTG forwards the request to DNS, and then MTG receives the DNS response. Then it translates the RIP to VIP, and then it rewrites the packet and then forwards to the host. The same way, after getting the address, the host forwards the packet to the destination host. If the VIP, the obtained VIP is available in translation table, the MTG translates the VIP to the real IP, rewrites the packet, and then forwards to the switch. If the destination host is not a mutable host, then it directly sends packet to switch and it doesn't perform the translation. And if the VIP belongs to a mutable host but it is not available in translation table, then the packet will be dropped and it will not be sent to the destination because the address is not available in the table. On the destination MTG, when the packet is received, the MTG translates the real IP to the VIP and then forwards the packet to the host. We have graphically specified the functionality using SysML. This one is the simplified version of SysML, and we have simplified the functionality for better understanding. Here we can see that when the time is above a certain threshold, the MTC mutates the all IP addresses and makes sure that the new IP is non-repetitive and conflict-free. Conflict-free means no two hosts have the same IP, and non-repetitive means that the same host will not have two consecutive IP. So this is the DC specification of MTC. We can specify the type of the transition, and the same way we can specify the delay, and we can also specify the guard. Before performing specification, we need to configure our model, how many subnets are there, the size of the DNS table, the size of the routing table, and the translation table, and the range of IP addresses. We have specified all the properties in temporal form, and we have verified the reachability, liveness, deadlock freeness, and the fairness properties. And the reachability property states that the MTG should not drop the packet, and the liveness is that after a certain interval the MTC should mutate the VIP that should be conflict free and non-repetitive. The deadlock freeness is that there should be no deadlock in the system because the deadlock can prevent the MTG from mutation. The fairness is that after a certain time when the IP addresses are changed, so it must be broadcast to the MTG. So we have verified all these properties and the properties are satisfied. There are different configurable parameters. We have verified these properties over different MTC intervals like from 25, 50, 75 and 100 time units, and we have verified over different sizes of the network, and we found that our verification is scalable. We can scale up the size of the network. This is the memory analysis of reachability property over various MTC intervals and over various sizes of the network. This is liveness analysis on different time intervals and on different sizes of the network. And this is a memory analysis of liveness property over different intervals, MTC intervals, and over different networks. So we have verified the design of RHM protocol, and we have verified on different configurable parameters and on different parameters, and we found that the design of RHM is correct, and we verified that the design in earlier design phase before this implementation. This is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is David Darling. I'm a PhD student at the University of Arkansas, and I'm going to be giving a brief overview of our work, Automated Bystander Detection and Anonymization in Mobile Photography. So to start out, I'm going to give an introduction on digital photography trends. Digital photography is a growing trend among mobile device consumers, which is spurred primarily on by the prevalence and convenience of integrated cameras on smartphone devices. In 2013, 660 billion photos are estimated to have been captured, which has increased dramatically to over 1.4 trillion by 2019. And the key takeaway here is that mobile devices are essentially enabling consumers to capture photos more frequently in a lot more scenarios where traditional devices such as digital cameras might not have been as convenient. So here we can see the trend of digital photos being captured year over year. In 2013, we can see we've got a baseline of 660 billion digital photos, and this has increased dramatically over 2014 and 2015 until we've reached 1.4 trillion by the year 2019. And although the percentage change seems to be tapering off in recent years, this change is still very significant. And here we have some charts detailing the estimated share of captured photos by device. And we can clearly see that smartphones are the overwhelming majority of devices being used to capture digital photos. The next closest device are digital cameras, which only make up 10 or 8% of devices, and this share is estimated to be decreasing year over year. So what does this mean for privacy in the public space? Essentially, because mobile devices have enabled such convenient photography, one result of this is that public locations have become much more commonly featured in digital photos. Now, an unfortunate drawback of this trend is that photos taken in public locations such as sidewalks, airports, restaurants, or wherever often include bystanders who might not want their picture taken or might not be aware that their picture is being taken. And this problem is only exacerbated by the rise of social media, which allows users to upload photos for many people to view. And these photos can reveal a person's location, their surroundings, who they're with. There's a whole lot of information that can be revealed. And this constitutes essentially a breach of privacy. Now here we have some example photos to demonstrate the privacy impact of digital photography in public spaces. And we can see here there are 3 targets centrally featured in the photos posing for the camera, while around them are bystanders, some of which are aware and some of which are not aware of their photo being taken. So to summarize the problem, personal privacy in the public space has been negatively impacted with the rise of mobile photography. And it's often difficult for bystanders to recognize that photos might have been taken of them. It's just unrealistic to expect a person to be constantly looking out for people taking photos. So we need a solution to protect bystander privacy, and for this solution to be adopted in a widespread manner, obviously it will need to limit visual harm to images. So our contribution to this problem: we propose the first fully automated system for both detecting and anonymizing bystander faces in photos, with a unique feature from related works in that it can function as a standalone tool on a smartphone without requiring any user interaction. And the system utilizes a novel feature-based classification approach, which uses entire photos, or it can use a privacy-minded convolutional neural network-based approach, which only requires local face images for distinguishing targets or bystanders. And finally, we implement 3 methods for face obfuscation, which are blurring, blackboxing, and pose-tolerant face swapping. These are implemented and validated with a comprehensive user study, which we received 89 responses on, to determine user opinions on bystander privacy and on the acceptability of the obfuscation methods. Most related works in this field require some form of inter-user cooperation where bystanders need to interact with people taking photos to indicate that they actually want their privacy preserved. Some other works require bystanders to wear some kind of specialized clothing or markings. Our work features a fully automated approach which doesn't require these things. So now I'll give an overview of our system. Essentially, we can break down the system into several processes, the first of which is an initial pass of face detection, which identifies face regions and positions. With these regions and positions, the data is then forwarded to either the feature-based or convolutional neural network classifiers. And the classification results from these classifiers are passed along with facial landmarks to perform obfuscation processing. And we have a diagram below here of our overall system architecture. And it's worth noting that the top branch and the bottom branch here are optional. So the system can make use of either or. So either the feature-based classifier is utilized or the convolutional neural network classifier is utilized, while the full image and fitted landmarks are always passed to the local anonymization process. So moving into the feature engineering portion of the work, we needed to break down the problem into quantitative measurements to be able to classify bystanders and targets. So the features we identified were relative face size, which is the size of a detected face relative to all other faces in an image. Deviation of face from center, or the distance of the center of the given face from the center of the image. Local blurring, which is a measure of the amount of general blur or lack of sharp edges over the facial region. Head pose estimation, or a measure of the way an individual's head is oriented in 3D space. And gaze deviation, which is the measurement of the amount of distance a person's eye gaze is deviating away from the camera's lens. So for relative face size, this is essentially computed as a square area utilizing these landmarks featured on the right. And these landmarks are generated by our constrained local neural field model. And we use this to be able to generate a very tight bound on the size of the face. General object detection frameworks aren't able to guarantee such a tight bound, so we'll use CLNFs for these landmark generations. And specifically, our face size here is generated as the distance in the x direction between landmark 16 and 0, and the distance in the y direction between landmark 24 and 8. For deviation of the face from center, we essentially take the center of the face as landmark 33, its x and y coordinates, and we then measure how much these coordinates differ from the computed center of the image in pixel value. Now for local blurring, we needed to extract a meaningful blurriness value in the general case, which meant we utilized the convolution of the Laplacian method. And this was to provide an average edge variance measurement as a continuous floating point value. So essentially, this was a convolution of this Laplacian kernel here, which is performed over the bounding box of the facial region. Now for head pose estimation, we define head orientation in 3D space with 3 parameters. This is pitch, roll, and yaw, where pitch is the amount of angle the head is facing up or down. Roll is the angle a head is tilted from side to side, and yaw is the angle a head is turned from left to right. Now, each of these angles are intrinsically stored within our CE-CLM model because they internally keep a 3D representation of the fitted face landmarks. And with these 3D representations, we're able to essentially solve the endpoint perspective problem to determine the exact angles the head pose is at. For our gaze deviation measurement, we also use our CLNF model as they form a point distribution model of eye landmarks. So this estimated eye shape can be used to further estimate what direction the eye is oriented in, although generally this requires the intrinsic camera parameters to be very accurate. However, we recognize that in the wild, we don't have these intrinsic camera parameters, so we adapt this method to utilize no intrinsic camera parameters with a small sacrifice in accuracy. So this is more of a measurement of general distance from the camera rather than an accurate measurement of where exactly a user is looking. And to accomplish this, essentially we trace vectors from the eye's z-coordinate to the camera plane. And this is done essentially by solving for a scalar factor which satisfies this equation up top. And then with that scaling factor, we can scale our gaze vector. So here we're visualizing some of our features. In this image, the green lines extending from the subject's eyes are representing our gaze vectors here, while the dots around their face are representing those facial landmarks that we looked at earlier. So now we'll move into describing our privacy-minded convolutional neural network-based classifier. This classifier doesn't need the entire photo to function, unlike our feature-based classifier. So we're trying to explore the question of whether it is possible to accurately distinguish targets based solely on their faces without relying on any context in the surrounding image. So it would only require direct images of faces without necessarily revealing their surroundings or other people nearby. And this is especially useful for some sort of learning method that would be implemented in the cloud where users might not be as comfortable transmitting the entire photo, but might be more comfortable transmitting privacy-preserved information. So through experimentation, we developed this network architecture. And essentially, the network utilizes increasingly small convolutions which are separated by max pooling layers. And we have a final dropout layer to limit overfitting on our data set. To evaluate our models, we created a data set specifically for this project because no publicly available existing data sets existed at the time of the work. So we gathered images automatically from freely available online sources, including social media platforms and image repository sites. These photos were manually reviewed to ensure the data set could provide a good generalization of images that would be encountered in the wild. So various lighting conditions, locations, and crowding conditions were used. And in total, we had 515 valid face images. So to evaluate our feature-based classifier, we selected a range of supervised learning algorithms to demonstrate that we believe our features generalize very well to the problem. We utilize gradient-boosted decision trees, random forests, support vector machines, and multi-layer perceptrons to test our algorithm. And each supervised learning model was evaluated with an 80-20 random train test split out of those 515 feature sets generated from the face images. And these charts demonstrate our results. Overall, our multi-layer perceptron and gradient-boosted decision trees performed the best overall. And worth noting here is that our precision and recall scores are still very good, demonstrating that our models are effective at distinguishing both bystanders and targets, not just one or the other. We also trained our models over subsets of our features, which the results of which are demonstrated in the table 2 below, to identify the features that were most useful. We took a similar approach to evaluate our convolutional neural network with an 80-20 train test split. We utilized mini-batch gradient descent with a batch size of 24 samples and 17 steps per epoch. And we settled on a testing accuracy of 81.55%, which is significantly lower than our feature-based classifiers. However, we still think this accuracy is acceptable considering the fact that we're sacrificing so much information by only utilizing the local face image rather than the entire image. So now we'll move into the anonymization portion of the work, where we implemented those 3 methods of obfuscation. So black boxing is certainly the simplest. It's essentially just applying a black box over face regions. Our blurring is considered an intermediary between the black boxing and face swapping methods in terms of intended impact. So some facial data is still going to be remaining in a blurred image, such as race or hair color, things like that. But exact facial information isn't preserved. And finally, we use post-tolerant face swapping. We utilize position map regression networks, which allow for generalized face swapping without training over specific faces. And here we have an example of each of our methods applied over the same photo. We have the original photo on the left with black boxing to its right, followed by blurring, and finally face swapping. The bystander in this case is located at the top right portion of the photo. So now we'll move into our user survey. In total, we received 89 anonymous responses. Participants were mainly recruited among university students, although we also had a significant minority of respondents who were working adults. This survey was approved by our institution's IRB, and all respondents participated on a completely voluntary basis. There weren't any incentives to participate. So to start with, we asked respondents questions about their general ideas about digital photo privacy, and we found that a majority of respondents definitely felt that photo privacy is very important to them, but we also recognize that respondents weren't willing to use methods that would significantly degrade the quality of their photos. So in a following portion of the survey, we displayed timed photos of our obfuscation methods to the respondents, and we asked them to rate their perceived impact on the photo. In general, we found that expectedly black boxing was found as the most impactful. However, surprisingly, most users preferred the blurring method over the swapping method. So this has been a brief overview of our work. Thank you for listening, and hopefully you'll check out our paper.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Xinxin Fan, Head of Cryptography at IOTEX. Today, I'm going to present Ucam, a user-centric, blockchain-based, and end-to-end secure home IP camera systems. This is a joint work with my colleagues Zhizhong, Qichai, and Dongguo at IOTEX. As we all know, the growing adoption of smart homes and the expanding consciousness regarding security and safety has increased the demand for home IP cameras during the past years. As reported by the marketing intelligence firms, the global home IP camera market is expected to reach 8.78 billion by 2026. Home IP cameras are redefining safety and protection of properties and businesses with packed features such as face recognition, image sensors, etc. These salient features enable home IP cameras to be used in a lot of applications, including remote and perimeter video surveillance, intruder detection and alarms, access control and security management, etc. Unfortunately, existing home IP cameras have been poorly designed from the security and privacy perspectives. Hackers are tapping into home IP camera systems. As reported by many media news, hackers are able to control the home IP cameras and monitor their owners. By analyzing the existing home IP camera systems, we see there are still a lot of security and privacy concerns. Most home IP camera systems use username and password-based login. In this case, the user intends to use a pool or leaked password without enable the multi-factor authentication. On the other hand, many IAM systems in the existing home IP camera design are very buggy. The second concern is about database breach, which will lead to the password leakage and ownership compromise. The third one is about the insecure device binding. In this case, a nearby adversary might take the ownership of the camera. The fourth one is about the data integrity of local and cloud storages. We try to protect the video clips from inserting, deleting, and modifying by the malicious cloud providers. We also concern about unauthorized access to the user data by the storage and the service providers, as well as the device manufacturers. Before we talk about the Ucam design, we first introduce a few preliminaries. The first one is about the blockchain and the smart contract. A blockchain is a tamper-evident and tamper-resistant digital ledger implemented in a distributed fashion and usually without a trusted central authority. Each block will contain a number of transactions and is attached to the chain through a consensus algorithm. A smart contract represents a piece of code that is stored, verified, and executed on the blockchain. The second concept is about Intel Software Guard Extensions, or SGX. Intel SGX is a set of new x86 instructions provided in the newer lines of Intel CPUs. SGX aims to provide a trusted execution environment for user space applications by enabling code isolation within virtual containers called enclaves. Enclaves features three silent security properties, namely isolation, sealing, and attestation. In the Ucam design, we consider a blockchain-enabled home IP camera systems as shown in this figure. We have a number of entities, such as the user, which will use a mobile app to access the IP camera. The IP camera will periodically collect information based on motion detection and send the video clips to an IoT cloud for storage. User can also use a peer-to-peer service to access the IP camera to get live streaming videos. The blockchain in this system will enforce device ownership, and also provide the integrity layer. The attacker model used in this system is as follows. We consider the several different attacks which might happen in the home IP camera systems. Firstly, the attacker might compromise the user account systems on the cloud server for taking over the ownership of IP cameras. Secondly, the attacker might also attack the device binding process and take control of the victim's device. An adversary also might eavesdrop on the wireless communication between the home IP camera and IoT cloud, try to understand which information have been sent to the cloud. Also, malicious cloud providers may also try to view, insert, delete, and modify the video clips. Last but not least, an adversary might impersonate a legitimate user to access live streaming videos via the P2P service. To address those security challenges, we propose a Ucam, a user-centric and blockchain-based and end-to-end secure home IP camera systems. Ucam consists of several functionalities. The first one is passwordless user authentication. So we create a blockchain wallet on the user's mobile app, and the blockchain address is passed to the IoT cloud for user account registration. So on the IoT cloud side, each user account will contain a blockchain address as well as a random challenge. The mobile app needs to sign a random challenge to complete login after the user's confirmation, and a Java Web Token will be issued to the user to access the cloud storage or other cloud services. The random challenge will be updated after each successful login attempt. Second components in the Ucam is that we propose a blockchain-based ownership management. So in this case, the device binding is conducted using the resurrecting duckling security model as shown in this figure. So this model is about the baby ducks will recognize their mother as the first object he see after being born. So in this case, we try to mimic this resurrecting duckling security model in the camera systems. More specifically, the camera will associate its blockchain address with owner's blockchain address and invoke ownership management smart contract on the blockchain. So the camera will look at his owner's smartphone and get this address and send a transaction to the blockchain to invoke the ownership management smart contract to band these two together. So each device reset will restart the device binding process. And in this case, the blockchain serves as a ground truth regarding the device ownership. So we also use the end-to-end encryption and the user-centric key management to address privacy issues. The raw video data is encrypted using user-specific encryption keys and AES running the counter mode. We use two different keys to encrypt the video clips and live streaming videos. A key encryption key, or KEK, is derived from the user's private key on the mobile app and transported to the camera together with the user's blockchain address via the QR code. This KEK is stored in a security element inside the camera and used to security update both video encryption key. We also use the blockchain as an integration protection layer to protect the video clips. So more specifically, once the user enables the data integrity protection feature on the mobile app, the user needs to specify the time period in days for checkpoint commitments. After this time period has been specified,
the camera will start building a Merkle tree dynamically for video clips received during the user-specific time period. After this Merkle tree have been built, the camera will invoke the checkpoint management smart contract for integrity checkpoint commitments. So in this way, the user is able to verify the data integrity of the video clips retrieved from the local SD card or the cloud storage with a Merkle root. As shown in this figure, we have the 6 video clips, and we can build the Merkle hash tree. And the root is HR, which will be stored locally on the user's mobile app. Once this data integrity protection is activated, the camera will start building this Merkle tree dynamically. So we also provide the fine-grained secure video clip sharing using the Intel SGX. So in this case, a data sharing enclave is created on the application server for video clip re-encryption. So the mobile app will perform a remote attestation with the enclave and establish a shared key at the end of this process. After that, the user will select the video clips and set the video sharing key. The list of the video file identifiers, the video sharing key, and the video clip encryption key are encrypted and sent to the application server. The enclave will re-encrypt the video clips with a video sharing key and store them in the cloud. So after this process, user will share the URI and the video sharing key with the requester. So the shared video clips will be deleted after the user-specific time period in order to save the cost. So in this case, we are not sharing the original encryption key for encrypting all the raw data. Instead, we will generate a new video sharing key each time we want to share a certain number of video clips with others. So unlike the video clip sharing, in order to share the live stream videos, we cannot use the re-encryption techniques during the real-time requirements. So in this case, the device owner will directly send the live streaming video encryption key to all the entities with which he or she would like to share the camera. Whenever the device owner decided to revoke access for one or multiple people, a new key will be generated on the fly and distributed to the remaining entities. Moreover, the device will generate an access token for authorizing each entity to retrieve the live streaming videos via the peer-to-peer service. In the Ucam, the ownership transfer can be easily handled by the new owner resetting the camera and trigger the device banding process. After the device banding process, everything will start over, and the camera will recognize who will be its new owner by looking at their blockchain address. The design of Ucam provides a number of salient security and privacy properties. Firstly, we are able to eliminate the login password by leveraging the blockchain wallet. So in this case, we can realize a one-click password less user authentication mechanism and bring the new experience for user. Secondly, we allow home app camera to directly claim their owners and bind such a relationship on the blockchain. As a result, we can provide very strong device ownership protection by using this technology. Thirdly, we enhance the data privacy by employing end-to-end encryption coupled with a user-centric key management to ensure data ownership. So only the camera owners can decrypt the video clips and the live streaming videos. So firstly, we use blockchain to provide the integrity insurance and allow the home app cameras to commit integrity checkpoint to the blockchain. So in this way, we can protect the video clips which either stored locally or remotely on the cloud storage from being tampered. So lastly, we enable the sharing of encrypted videos by using either re-encryption with Intel SGX or the key flashing techniques. So by comparing the Ucam with popular home app camera solutions in the market, we can see the Ucam use secure hardware to securely store the key and doing the crypto acceleration on the hardware level. Also, in terms of the user login, we use a blockchain wallet to realize passwordless login. We also enhances the privacy, use the user-centric management. The device ownership have been strongly protected using blockchain and as well as the data integrity of the video clips. We also enable the encrypted live streaming video sharing as well as the video clip sharing. So since the security element have been used in the Ucam design, we did the performance evaluation to see whether there is any performance aspect impact by using the security element. So the security element have been used to sign the transactions to secure device ownership, also the commit integrity checkpoint, and generate the key streams in the end-to-end encryption case. So we use the NXP EdgeLock ICE050 secure element development board for this purpose. The host controller will communicate with this security element through the I2C interface. And NXP already abstract the interactions between the host controller and security element through the plug and trust middleware and associate secure subsystems in order to simplify the software development process. Our testing show an ECDS signature can be generated in around 45.4 milliseconds, whereas a key stream generation throughput with AES counter mode can reach about 11.3 kbps. So from this performance evaluation, we can see using a security management does not incur a significant performance overhead in the Ucam systems. Thanks for your attention. If you have any further questions, please send me an email.
Hi, my name is Jaehyun Han, and today I'm going to talk about the effectiveness of behavior-based ransomware detection. The problem here is that ransomware is a prevalent issue, and detection methods seem fragile. In this talk, we will show with simple techniques, ransomware can easily evade detection. Let me first explain how ransomware works. First of all, ransomware needs to get access to a system. Ransomwares can be distributed by spam email attachments or malware distribution services. After it gets access, ransomware encrypts user files, then deletes plain text. Commonly, they use victim disk space to store the encrypted file, then extorts money from victim. Typically, 300 to 700 for personal victims, but it can be much higher for enterprises. So, the question is, can we detect ransomware? Sure. Traditionally, there are two kinds of intrusion detection methods available. First one is signature-based detection. It compares applications' binary signature to identify known malware. It is widely used by antivirus. But there is an inherent delay between when a new malware is introduced and when it is identified and added to a signature database. Removing this delay is why behavioral detection is an appealing goal. In behavior-based detection, now detector monitors malware's behavior to identify them. For example, in ransomware case, ransomware modify all user files and that is suspicious. In this work, we are focusing on the behavior-based detection. Let's see what methods available to detect ransomware's behavior. There are three behavior-based ransomware detection methods available. First one is content-based detection, and these type of detectors using entropy of file data. Second one monitors file system operations. Ransomwares have distinctive behaviors such as massive file overwrites or recursive directory traversal. Detectors monitor these operations to detect a ransomware. Last one is decoy monitoring. This kind of detector creates different types of decoy files in the file system and watch any accesses. Now, let's look at popular ransomware detectors to find which methods do they use. As you can see, most of them monitor file system operations. This is pretty straightforward since ransomware has noticeable behaviors in file system. And many of them, especially state-of-the-art research prototypes, use entropy of data. This made us question, why most research prototypes use entropy of data as a technique to detect ransomware? So, we first dig a bit deeper into entropy of files. Entropy is a measure of randomness of data. We analyzed the entropy of 200 of document files to find why detectors use entropy. In this figure, y-axis shows entropy of files. As you can see, encrypted files always have high entropy, almost 1. This is because output of a good cipher will have high entropy. Ransomware detectors can detect file encryption by monitoring file entropy and they can assume that the ransomware has encrypted the file. For example, when ransomware encrypts a Word document, entropy will change from 0.6 to 1. This method may be less effective when encrypting a file which is already in high entropy, such as new Office documents, which are compressed formats, so their initial entropy is high. So, to avoid detection, is it possible to encrypt a file without increasing entropy? We observed that entropy can be manipulated. In following slides, we will show how ransomware can manipulate entropy while encrypting a file. The goal for ransomware is, after encryption, the encrypted file will maintain same entropy level and same file size. and not overwriting the whole file during encryption. We can add repeated characters in a file, and entropy of the file will be lowered. This block shows a file. We assume an average file, so originally all blocks are in medium entropy level. After encryption, blocks are now in high entropy level. If we put low entropy blocks at the end, we can get medium level of average entropy again. The game here is to avoid detection. Can ransomware encrypt a file which matches the entropy of the original file? Targeting around 0.6 seems good. Let's see if we can win this game. We did a simple experiment. We interleave a null byte for every n bytes in ciphertext. In this figure, blue bar shows the entropy which is in left axis, and yellow bar represents file size which is on right axis. The leftmost one is the original encrypted file, which shows near 1 entropy. As you can see, we can lower the entropy by putting null bytes. When n equals 1, which means we put a null byte in every other byte, entropy eventually drops down to around 0.6. We can get any entropy level by using this method. However, file size gets bigger. Again, when n equals 1, file size becomes doubled. Monitoring of file size change is another method that ransomware detector can detect ransomware. So, can we lower entropy without increasing file size? We observed that low entropy files are highly compressible. Our new idea is that ransomware can compress the original file, then encrypt the file to get a smaller encrypted file. Now, the ransomware can use the saved space to lower entropy. Again, the original file has medium entropy level. After compression, file size will become small and average entropy will become high. Now, we do the encryption. Encryption does not affect file size, and entropy is already high. Then, the ransomware can put low entropy blocks at the saved spaces, and average entropy of the file will be medium level. We wonder, with this idea, can we have original entropy and file size? We did an experiment to answer this question. We compressed a file, then encrypted it, then filled the file with null bytes till original file size. This figure shows the original entropy and the encrypted file's entropy of 200 of document files. X-axis shows the entropy of the original file, and y-axis shows the entropy of the encrypted file. Y equals x means encrypted file's entropy is the same with the original files. As you can see, the result shows clear trend near y equals x, and most of them are under the line. This means resulting entropy is lower than original. However, this method triggers another ransomware tripwire as it overwrites whole file after encryption. So, to avoid detection, now the ransomware shouldn't overwrite whole file. Seems difficult. So, we take a step back to think about goals of ransomware. The goal for ransomware is to deny unsavvy users their file contents. The ransomware doesn't have to encrypt the whole file. What if we encrypt only a fraction of the file's bytes? The intuition behind partial encryption is that many file formats are brittle. If we encrypt only some metadata, contents are unusable, at least for average user. There are various ways to implement this, by encrypting every nth chunk, or stochastically select and then encrypt. To evaluate partial encryption, let's first define goals for success. Ransomware is successful if it evades detection and renders file unrecoverable. To evade detection, we'd like to maintain same entropy level and file size, and update only small fraction of file. To render file unrecoverable, Resulting files shouldn't be opened in standard app and shouldn't be recovered by cheap recovery tools on the internet. File recovery professionals may recover the partially encrypted file since only parts of the file is encrypted. However, cost for professionals can be higher than the ransom cost. In that case, victims will just pay the ransom. With these goals in mind, let's see how effective partial encryption is. We partially encrypt two poorly documented files using a compressed encrypt path strategy. This figure shows the entropy changes for partially encrypted file compared to the original file. As you can see, entropy change is less than 8% even when 20% file data is encrypted. Entropy shift is at most 0.07, and this change is unlikely to trigger detection. So, we succeeded in our first goal of evading detection. Let's see if we can also deny access to the file. We performed a partial encryption of 200 PDF files and recovered the encrypted file using a PDF recovery tool called PDRepair. To quantify the recovery rate, we measured the ink coverage of the original and recovered PDF files. Ink coverage is a fraction of a paper that is covered in each CMYK ink. These are sample PDF pages, the original and recovered. As you can see, some text and image is missing in the recovered one. As a result, ink coverage is lowered. Let's see the results for all 200 files. In the figure, y-axis represents recovery rate, and each bar represents the percentage of encrypted file contents. We can see the average recovery rate is about 15% when 20% of the file is encrypted. When more than 5% of file data encrypted, roughly half of the user's data is withheld. Now, let's summarize all these. In earlier slide, we defined the goal for ransomware to evade detection. Maintaining same entropy level can be achieved by entropy laundering. Compressed encrypt path method will result the encrypted file of the same file size and same entropy level. With partial encryption, the ransomware can achieve all three goals. Now, let's evade the file system operations monitoring technique. Ransomware detectors monitor the write or read frequency. Ransomware can slow down the encryption process to lower the I/O rate. We encrypt a file in every 60 seconds. Some detectors monitor a behavior of individual process, so ransomware can spread out the attack on multiple processes. We create one process which traverses the file system and creates a new process when it needs to encrypt the file. The new process encrypts the file and terminates. These are actually known techniques used by some existing ransomware. We will evaluate all the ransomware detectors against this technique at the end. Let's continue to avoiding decoy files. These are the decoy files from Cybereason Ransom-Free. It generates decoy directories and creates decoy files in it. We observed that each directory has files of different types. So, we made a handwritten rule to avoid decoy directories. For now, all three anti-ransomware products generate decoy in the similar way. However, this handwritten rule will not work in the future. Now, let's evaluate our evasion techniques against commercial anti-ransomware. We evaluated commercial anti-ransomware products, 9 anti-ransomware, and 6 antivirus. All these products advertised ransomware protection. We first test the ability of these products to detect known real-world ransomware samples. As you can see, most of the target products are effective for known ransomware. We created a simple handwritten ransomware in Python that traverses file system and encrypts original files. Surprisingly, 4 of anti-ransomware products and all 6 antivirus products cannot detect the basic ransomware. We are assuming that these products rely on static features such as a binary signature. So we didn't perform further analysis on them. Instead, let's look at whether we can avoid the top 5 anti-ransomware. So we added partial encryption, decoy avoidance, slow encryption, and multi-process encryption to the basic ransomware to evaluate these 5 anti-ransomware. In this table, we can avoid detection from anti-ransomware product as long as there is an empty column for each row. When we encrypt less than or equal to 25% of data, Acronis ransomware protection cannot detect the ransomware. And when we encrypt less than or equal to 20% of data, Checkmark at chat cannot detect the ransomware. Only one product, CryptoDrop, can detect all evasion techniques. Are we happy that at least one product detects all? Not really. We figured that CryptoDrop suffers from high false positives. When we extract a zip file using Windows Explorer, CryptoDrop flags Windows Explorer as a potential ransomware. Similarly, when we download 5 files in Firefox, CryptoDrop flags Firefox as a potential ransomware. So, none of the commercial products are effective. Maybe research prototypes can do better? Now we will evaluate the ransomware with one of research prototype, Redemption. Redemption assigns ransomware a Murray score that varies from 0 to 1. It detects a ransomware if the Murray score is greater than a specific threshold. The Murray score is calculated as weighted average of 6 features. We measure these features and calculate the Murray score as they described in the paper. We measure the Murray score of 3 benign applications, our basic ransomware, and our full-featured ransomware. With evasion techniques, we can successfully lower the Murray score. Murray score for our full-featured ransomware is in the range of benign applications, which means Redemption won't be able to differentiate our ransomware from other benign applications. In conclusion, we showed that behavior-based detection is unlikely to be effective. There is a significant overlap with normal application behaviors, and it is easy to evade current techniques. We showed that the ransomware can easily evade detection from commercial products. Only one product, CryptoDrop, can correctly detect our ransomware, but it suffers from high false positives. Research prototypes may work better. However, we showed various entropy manipulation techniques, and we assume research prototypes are also unlikely to work. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I am Brahanu. I'm going to present our paper, Best Effort Adversarial Approximation of Black Box Malware Classifiers. This is joint work with my former graduate student, Abdullah, who worked on this with me for his master's thesis. In this talk, we consider what has become a common setup in machine learning as a service. So given a black box access to a machine learning model, clients or users are allowed to repeatedly query this model through a prediction API and observe the outputs of the model. However, if the client is malicious, it can use the input-output interaction to essentially steal the model. This attack is known as model extraction or model approximation, and it's the focus of this talk. We will be using a naturally adversarial domain, malware classification, as a case study, but the ideas we discuss here are fairly generalizable to other classifiers in other domains. So what are the motivations for model extraction? The first one is essentially stealing intellectual property. So training machine learning models is a pretty expensive business because there's a great deal of compute, data, manpower that goes into producing machine learning models that work well in practice. Secondly, machine learning models are increasingly trained on privacy-sensitive datasets, which motivate adversaries to probe models to leak personally identifiable information. A natural example would be a model trained on patient data. Another adversarial motivation is to increase attack effectiveness when access to the model is purely black box. The adversaries try to approximate that model and then attack the approximated model in a white box setting so that they get direct access to the model parameters or the details of the model to perform attacks such as adversarial example generation. Our question in this talk is, given black box access to a model, such as a malware classifier, can we extract a similar model that solves a similar task reasonably well? The first possibility is whether exact solution or exact extraction is achievable. Like the typical machine learning problem, unfortunately, this turns out to be unrealistic because there is potentially multiple models that compute the same function but have different representations. As a result, the best we can hope to achieve instead is some functionally equivalent model. So our question is reframed as follows. Instead of aiming for exact extraction, we aim for a functionally equivalent model that we can approximate with some confidence. So this confidence is essentially described using a distance metric. So a black box model and its extracted approximation fulfill the criteria of some distance metric, where distance is, for example, measured by the percentage of predictions on which the two models disagree. So the smaller the upper bound epsilon here, the closer the decision functions of this models are. So functionally equivalent model extraction is achievable, and we know that because previous work has demonstrated this, but extraction success really depends on assumptions made about what the adversary knows and what the adversary can do. So essentially adversarial knowledge and adversarial capabilities with respect to, for example, the knowledge and the capability of the adversary with respect to the model architecture, the parameters, the features, data set, and also the output fidelity as well. So in this regard, there is a range of assumptions made by prior work regarding the prediction output fidelity, the model architecture similarity, the feature similarity, and the assumptions on cross-model transferability when they do model extraction. In terms of strategy, prior techniques have used techniques ranging from equation solving, optimization, generative adversarial networks to reinforcement learning. So our setting our model extraction setting is as follows. So we consider the most challenging threat model for the adversary in the face of very limited access to input examples, typically like 10%, the maximum of the size of the training set for the black box. In terms of output label fidelity, we assume that the adversary has access only to the label given an input. And for feature representations, we assume that the black box model and the extracted model have different feature representations. And finally, for the training sets, we assume disjoint training sets. So given this strictly black box and seemingly difficult threat model, the question we ask is, how close can the extracted model get to the black box model under the most challenging threat model we just described? So that background on the threat model and the problem setting, let me now highlight some aspects of our work, our approach essentially. So our model extraction approach starts as follows. So we're assuming a black box model is there and deployed, and we have API access to it. So the adversary uses an approximation dataset to query the black box model and obtain the labels. Then the adversary performs what we call feature representation mapping, or in our case, it's particularly mapping the byte representation of samples, Windows executables in our case, to a pixel representation of this Windows executable samples. Then using these mapped representations of the approximation set, the adversary then trains the last layer of a pre-trained image classification model to obtain the extracted model. Finally, the adversary uses a separate test set to compare the similarity between the black box and the extracted model. So to zoom a little bit more on the strategy we use here in the approximation set labeling stage of our approach, we note that the training set for the black box, and when we compare the training set for the black box and the approximation set, so X prime is the approximation set, X is a training set for the black box, X prime is much less than X, and these two data sets are disjoint. So the representation mapping, the key idea of the representation mapping is that given the byte sequence representation of Windows executable samples, we want to obtain the equivalent pixel representations. So the key benefits here are, first, we don't need to do manually feature engineer. So once we move the representation from byte sequences to pixel representations, we can take advantage of representation learning techniques such as deep learning to train our models. Secondly, since there is a huge advancement in the image recognition domain or image classification domain, we have already pre-trained models from which we can transfer the knowledge that they have distilled through repeated training on huge data sets of images. Here is the key intuition for our representation mapping. So the idea is values close to each other in the byte space of the samples are also placed close to each other in the pixel space. So the mapping methods that we used are the entropy-based mapping and the color-Hilbert-based mapping. So in entropy-based mapping, what we see is the byte values are mapped into a Shannon entropy value between 0 and 255. And in color-Hilbert, the byte values are mapped to a pixel intensity values. So in this work, what we assume is that this representation mappings will preserve the structural integrity of the original samples in byte sequence and migrate those representations into pixel representation, the corresponding pixel representations. So here is an example for real representation mapping. So on the left, you see a representation mapping for a benign Windows executable, and on the right is a representation mapping for a malicious or malware Windows executable for both entropy and color Hilbert. So as I said earlier, entropy is more focused on identifying regions that stand out, while color Hilbert is focused on individual pixel values. And from the images here, that aspect of the two techniques is quite evident. So on leveraging transferability for extraction, once we have the mapped representations from bytes to images, then we use Google's Inception V3 model, pre-trained model, and train only the last layer, or the softmax layer in particular, on our samples, on the samples that we mapped from bytes to images, and then we obtain the approximated or the extracted model. Okay, so that kind of gives you a highlight of what the approach is, but the details of the approach are obviously in the paper. So next, let's see what data sets we've used, and then we'll discuss the results we've got from our evaluation. So we use, in this work, we use two data sets. The first one is what we call the custom Malcolm dataset, where we collect all the samples manually and train a convolutional neural network black box model based on Malcolm architecture, which was introduced a few years ago. Since we have to manipulate the samples for representation mapping, we need to have a we need to have a data set that we can control, and that is basically the motivation of having our own data set. Secondly, we use the Ember dataset to evaluate a slightly relaxed version of our threat model, which I will describe later, where the adversary essentially knows the features of the black box model. Okay, so now let's move on to the results of the custom Malcolm dataset, and then I will later describe the results of the Ember dataset. Okay, so in this plot, what we see is a comparison between the two Inception V3 based approximate models, which were trained on image representations of the samples. These are the blue and the green lines, and the black line indicates the progressive extraction of a Malcolm model that was trained on a byte sequence. So basically, we're using the black line as a baseline to compare it against the two models that we extracted using our core technique. So the relatively better accuracy of the two Inception V3 models suggests two things. First, the pre-trained model really boosted the extraction accuracy. So that's quite evident from the two lines, the green and the blue. And secondly, even if we perform model extraction on the same feature representation, notice the black line, that may not necessarily result in high accuracy model extraction. So this was a particularly intriguing observation from our experiments. Well, next, we compare the similarity between the models on a separate test set that is disjoint with the approximation set and also the training set for the black box. So here what we notice is that the entropy representation achieves the highest agreement between the black box and the extracted model, while the same feature representation, namely the byte sequence based Malcolm model, gives the lowest agreement between the two models. Okay, so next we'll look at a slightly relaxed threat model where everything is the same except that the adversary knows the features, for example, from public knowledge. So moving on to the results on Ember dataset. So the equivalent plot for progressive model extraction in Ember dataset is this one. So here we have 4 models that we extracted: decision tree, random forest, k-nearest neighbors, and light GBM. By the way, light GBM is also the model that was shipped with the Ember dataset. So we used that as the black box, and the light GBM extracted model here is used as a baseline to compare it against, the other 3, the decision tree, random forest, and KNN. Okay, so looking at the decision tree, random forest, and the light GBM model compared with the Inception v3 based model extraction, they have lower validation accuracy, roughly in the range 85 to 88%. On the other hand, looking at the blue line, which is KNN, it shows that about more than, I think, 90% validation accuracy is achievable from this plot, which is comparable with the Inception v3 based extraction. So the key takeaway here is that even if we relax the threat model, what we obtain, the accuracy of the extracted model that we obtain, is not much different from what we obtain in the strictly black box or the more difficult setting for the adversary. So that speaks to the strengths and the validity of the black box approach that we use in this work. Okay, and lastly, comparing the similarity of the various models we extracted using the Ember dataset, we notice the KNN stands out as the most accurate and the closest to the black box model. Still, the main takeaway here is that our strictly black box and highly constrained extraction strategy is as accurate as a relaxed threat model where the adversary knows the features of the approximated model. So I hope I gave you a highlight of the results, and if you're interested to explore more about this problem in the setting that we described it, there are more details of the approach and the experiments in the paper. Okay, so wrapping up, so in conclusion, we showed in this work the feasibility of adversarial approximation of a black box machine learning model in a strictly black box setting. Our results shed light on the fact that different feature representations may not necessarily hinder close enough approximation, and disjoint datasets still result in successful approximation. More importantly, a pre-trained multi-class image classifier, such as Inception v3, can be repurposed to approximate a binary malware classifier, which interestingly demonstrates the scope of transferability beyond cross-model, and we show it in a cross-domain setting, which means we took a model trained for the image classification domain, we repurposed it for a malware detection domain, and we extracted a black box model by leveraging the knowledge that we obtained from that pre-trained model in the image classification domain. So that's essentially the main takeaway of this work. So with that, thanks for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Hello everyone, my name is Li Tingdeng. I'm from the University of Chinese Academy of Sciences. My presentation is about malware classification using attention-based transductive learning network. Here is the outline. First, we will show the background and motivation of our work. Then, we will introduce the proposed attention-based transductive learning network in detail. Next, we will evaluate the performance in the real-world dataset. And finally, we conclude our work. Malware has now become one of the most important threats in the Internet security. The cyber threat report from SonicWall shows that there were 10.52 billion malware attacks in 2018, which is an increasing of 22% from 2017. This emphasizes the importance of developing robust and efficient approaches to detect as well as classify malicious samples. Traditionally, malware analysis methods can be divided into two main categories, including static approaches and dynamic approaches. In static approaches, malware is analyzed by signatures without executing. However, the attackers can easily tweak the available malware and create their own versions to bypass the detection, as even a small change of code can cause the change of signature. Static approaches would fail to detect these malware variants. And in dynamic approaches, malware is analyzed in a control environment, such as a virtual environment, simulator, and sandbox. Although dynamic approaches can solve the code obfuscation problem by executing, they are time-consuming and need significant efforts from security experts with proper experiences. In recent years, researchers have introduced deep learning methods into almost every field, including malware classification. Benefited from deep learning technology, features can be learned automatically, and malware classification model can be built without security experts. Although these new methods can improve the efficiency, they also have some problems. First, they need large amounts of samples in the training step. When setting up the malware database, we found that the number of samples in different malware families varies greatly. And with the rapidly emerging of malware families, it is almost impossible to collect malware samples from all the existing families. Therefore, we use a few-shot learning method into malware classification. The few-shot learning method means that the model can understand new concepts from only a few samples. If each of n unique class contains k-labeled instances as the support set, the target few-shot problem is called n-way k-shot. In each episode, n classes are randomly selected from all the classes. The training instances in a unit class are randomly divided into support set and query set, and the few-shot learning network learns from the label instances which are in the support set and predicts the malware families for the unlabeled instances which are in the query set. Based on the background and motivation, we proposed our attention-based transductive learning network. This model includes 4 parts: data preprocessing, feature embedding, attention-based graph construction, and label propagation. The whole architecture is shown in the image below. First is the data preprocessing model. Inspired by some previous researches, grayscale images of different malware samples appear visually similar from the given family and distinct from those belonging to different families. Therefore, we also transfer the collective raw malicious binaries into grayscale images. For a binary file, we read in each 8 bytes as unsigned integers, which can exactly represent the grid value from 0 to 2055. And then we resize every grayscale images into 64 plus 64. In the feature embedding model, our purpose is to automatically extract features from the input. We use 4 convolutional blocks, and the output of each instance is a 1024 dimensional vector. In the attention-based graph construction, we use Gaussian similarity function to represent the similarity between the support vectors and the query vectors. Because the Gaussian similarity depends deeply on the scout value sigma, we use a function to select the scout. And because different pixels contribute differently to the final classification accuracy, we also use an attention mechanism function to represent the importance of each value of the vector. And the architecture is shown in the image below. The output of this model is a similarity graph between the support vectors and the query vectors. The purpose of label propagation model is to get labels of the query set from the support set. We use the similarity graph and the initial label matrix to obtain the predictive label matrix. We conduct our approach with traditional machine learning, deep learning, and feature learning experiments on our collective malware database. We collected over 10,000 well-labeled malicious samples with 30 malware families from 3 malware information sharing platforms. They are Malware Shell, Hybrid Analysis, and VeriSign. Then we split the database into 2 sets, one for training and another for testing. First, we compare our approach with several traditional machine learning methods. A support vector machine (SVM) and K-NN random forest and decision tree. In our approach, we treat the support set as training data and query set as the test data in each episode. Then we calculate the accuracies after 100 epochs, while each epoch has 100 episodes. For the traditional machine learning methods, we use the same number of malware samples for training and testing. And to stabilize the accuracies, we train for 10,000 episodes for the traditional machine learning methods. We randomly selected n malware families from all the malware families for training and testing. The result shows that our approach reaches the classification accuracies of more than 90% in all the experiments. And the accuracy of our approach is at least 60% better. This means that by using CNN structure, our approach has a stronger feature extraction ability. In the second group of experiments, we compare with deep learning models for malware classification in two recent researches. We use the same experimental configuration as the first group of experiments, and the results shows that the deep learning methods perform better than traditional machine learning methods. And with the increasement of selective malware families N, our approach shows more robust in multi-class malware classification, while the accuracies of deep learning methods decrease obviously. Therefore, our approach can learn the family features more effectively from only a few numbers of malware samples. And finally, we compare with some few-shot learning, or we compare with some state-of-the-art few-shot learning methods. We use the common training and testing settings in few-shot classification task. The number of support set in each unique malware family is 5, while the number of queries set in each unique family is 15. We also randomly selected n malware families from all the malware families for training and testing. The results is that the proposed network achieves the highest classification accuracies in all the n-way 5-shot experiments, which means that our approach is more suitable for malware classification task. We then set the number of supports set into 10, and our approach can still achieve the best performance in all the experiments. By using more 5 instances for training in each malware family, the accuracies of our approach are 2 to 3% higher, which also means that our approach has a stronger generalization ability. And finally, we also set k equals 1, which means that we see only one sample in each malware family and do the prediction. We still achieve the best performance in 5-way and 10-way experiments. And the matching network performs better in 20-way and 30-way experiments because it is specifically designed for one-shot learning. And finally, we conclude our work. We build a malware database from the real world and propose a novel malware classification approach called attention-based transductive learning network. By training with only a few malware samples, our approach achieves a considerable performance in malware classification. In the experiments with traditional machine learning, deep learning models for malware classification, and feature learning methods, we achieve the state-of-the-art. And in the experiment of one-shot learning, we also achieve a considerable performance. That's all, thank you.
Hello everyone, I will introduce this paper. The name is TransNet Unseen Malware Variant Detection using Deep Transfer Learning. We are from Chinese Academy of Science. I will introduce this paper from 6 aspects: background, challenge, motivation and consideration, approach, experiment and evaluation, conclusion. In the background, we will start with unseen malicious traffic. More and more cyber attacks have evaded detection by making use of the variation and obfuscation of malware. Unseen malicious traffic, like traffic generated by malware variants, has taken a toll on the society. The second is encrypted traffic. The number of applications using encrypted protocols is growing. For example, Google, Gmail, Baidu, QQ, and so on. Challenge 1. Unseen malicious traffic introduce dataset drift problems that break the assumptions of traditional classification methods about the training and the testing data, satisfy the same or similar distribution. Challenge 2. Supervised learning models rely on large numbers of labeled data, and their results depend on known samples in the training set. Once the malicious samples change behavior, the detection rate of the trained classifiers will drop dramatically, making it impossible to detect malware variants effectively. The second is unsupervised learning detection methods. Divide the samples into clusters based on the similarity among them. They can detect new threats, but lots of false alerts limit the practical usefulness. So our motivation is to select suitable method to address the problem of changing malicious behavior between known malware samples and unseen variants. Our consideration is transfer learning can reduce difference in distribution between different datasets. The second is, in the field of unseen malicious traffic detection, existing transfer learning-based approaches are mainly transferring knowledge of future representations. These futures are manually designed by humans, which rely on considerable expertise and are time-consuming. The next is our framework, TransNet. Our method consists of 2 parts: data pre-processing and deep transfer learning model. The first is data pre-processing. The first step is traffic segmentation. We select the session as the unit for traffic splitting and reserve the data coming from all layers of the OSI model. The second step is traffic cleaning. We first conduct traffic anomalization, that is, randomize MAC addresses in the data link layer and IP addresses in the IP layer. We then remove duplicate files generated by packets with the same content for avoiding biases in the training of deep learning models. The final step is image generation. We first extract the first 900 bytes of data from each session and convert them into RGB images of size 30 multiplied by 30 to meet the input data size of deep transfer learning model to be used next. We copy 100 copies of each image of 30 multiplied by 30 and arrange them separately into images of size 300 multiplied by 300. The second is deep transfer learning model. We use deep learning plus transfer learning. The purpose of combining deep learning models with transfer learning is to use the deep neural networks for cross-domain representation learning. We delve into the architecture design of deep neural networks and use transferable normalization successfully applied in computer vision for reference. Transferable normalization and batch normalization. Based on batch normalization, the changes made by transferable normalization to improve the transferability are reflected in the following two aspects. The first is that transferable normalization normalizes the representations from the source and target domains separately. The second is that transferable normalization reuses the basic statistics from different domains to calculate the transferability for each channel to select those more transferable channels. The next is dataset. We are based on pcap files to carry on the study of malware variance detection from the network traffic. We use two public datasets for evaluating different methods, where the malicious traffic comes from malware capture facility project, and the benign traffic is composed of data from USTC TFC 2016. Experimental setup. The training and testing data contain malicious traffic generated by different malware variants. In other words, for each subtask, we select 9 malware variants as a part of training data and another malware variants to be part of testing data. The purpose of this experimental design is to simulate the scenario of detecting unseen threats created by malware developers for evading detection methods and systems. The basic results. We select 3 pre-trained models commonly used in the studies related to network traffic classification, such as AlexNet, VGG19, and ResNet 50 as the comparative methods. Table 3 and Table 4 shows the accuracy and F-measure of different approaches in the task of detecting unseen malware variants. We can find that our method TransNet has achieved the best results among the approaches with the accuracy of 95.89% and the measures of 96.9%. Further analysis. MMD is proposed as a criterion for comparing different distributions based on reproducing kernel Hilbert space. It is a measure of the cross-domain discrepancy of distributions, which is commonly used in domain adaptation. Figure 3 shows the results of MMD calculated by different methods on each subtask. As shown in Figure 3, we observe the MMD using TransNet features means our method is much smaller than MMD using features of other methods, which suggests that TransNet features can close the cross-domain gap more effectively. We conclude in 3 aspects. The first is we present a framework using deep transfer learning, namely TransNet, for unseen malware variance detection. We use data pre-processing to convert the raw traffic into RGB images as the input of our deep transfer learning model. To construct our deep transfer learning model, we replace the batch normalization in the ResNet 50 models pre-trained on the ImageNet with transferable normalization to improve the transferability of deep neural networks. The second is we test different methods by simulating scenarios where the testing set contains different malware variants from the training set. Our method achieves 95.89% accuracy and 96.9% F-measure on the public datasets from the real-world environment, which is higher than comparative methods. Meanwhile, our method ranks first on all 10 subtasks with stable and excellent performance. Furthermore, MMD of TransNet is much smaller than MMD of other approaches, which suggests that our method successfully reduces the shift of distributions through more transferable representations. The last is, in future work, we will conduct a more extensive analysis to discover more malware variants. Meanwhile, we will explore the issue of unbalanced data between malicious traffic and benign traffic to improve the possibility of applying our method to the real-world environment. Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great honor to share my presentation with you. My name is Ucam. I am a master's student from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The paper I'm going to report today is AOMDroid, detecting obfuscation variants of Android malware using transfer learning. I will report this paper from the following 4 aspects. In the first part, I will introduce the background of this paper. As we know, Android is the most widely used mobile operating system today in the world. Android attracts many attackers. A recent report on Android malware from a security vendor shows that in 2019 alone, a total of 1.8 million malware samples and 950 million malware attacks on mobile devices were intercepted. In order to detect Android malware, existing systems resort to machine learning and report an acceptable detection rate. However, attackers can use obfuscation technologies to greatly reduce the effectiveness. A study shows that attackers can use obfuscation technologies for 2,000 Android malware samples to reduce the detection accuracy from 65% to 5.8% of 58 mainstream antivirus engines. Application obfuscation can convert files in the application and installation package into forms that functionally equivalent but hard to understand, in many, including string encryption, binary code inserting, variable name obfuscation, class name obfuscation, resource obfuscation, API reflection obfuscation, and permission obfuscation. For example, the malware code for intercepting SMS as a figure. The code uses the broadcaster to steer the SMS, employs the intent with SMS to start a service. In addition, it sends a SMS content with the device ID to the malicious server. A detection method based on API calls can be constructed by detecting a sequence of get device ID, concat, and send data calls. This sequence contains 3 operations that can describe the behavior of obtaining a device ID, adding it to a message and sending a message stealing the privacy. When the application adopts obfuscation technologies, it may use binary code obfuscation, insert irrelevant API to interrupt the API subsequence used to judge malicious code. It may also use API reflection obfuscation to convert an API direct call into an indirect call, which makes it impossible to extract the API features. Android malware detection involves machine learning. Android API Miner offers a machine learning approach based on API call features. Tripping, in addition to detecting malicious lists of Android applications, identifies malicious family. However, they are not anti-obfuscation enough. Picadroid uses the API contact, but it cannot effectively detect API reflection obfuscated Android malware. Android employs multiply features and is resilient to API reflection obfuscation, but it still lacks generality. We propose a novel anti-obfuscation feature selection algorithm. Our key insight is to apply TF-IDF to code the features before and after obfuscation and a group of code sequences based on constructs such as classes and methods. We propose a classification algorithm based on transfer learning that effectively identifies obfuscated malware. Our key idea is to represent the code sequence as images and hence reduce the problem of obfuscated malware detection to the problem of minimizing differences between image pixels before and after obfuscation of application via an image transformation. We implement a prototype based on the proposed approach and evaluate it extensively from accuracy and detection time. For two related work that don't claim anti-obfuscation, AOMDroid is faster in detection time and has higher accuracy. Compared to other two anti-obfuscation related works, AOMDroid is faster while achieving a better accuracy. Second part is detection scheming. Our system is shown in the figure. It includes two parts, selecting anti-obfuscation features and constructing a code image transform model. We propose an anti-obfuscation malware classifier. The key idea is to select features for classification that obfuscation would have little effect on them. We start with a set of code sequences which represent three constructs, classes, methods, and words. Class level, method level, and word level of code sequences refer respectively to fragments of code sequences of a single class, a single method, and a single code within the application. We obfuscated the training sample and compare its features before and after obfuscation and select features that have more weights in identifying malware even with obfuscation in place. We use TF-IDF to assign weights to different features and select those with a higher weight with the frequency of code features in applications, and IDF is if the application contain an opcode feature. The opcode feature are good for distinguishing between categories. Next, we represent selected features as an image before and after obfuscation. Finally, we transfer the problem of classifying malware to image classification. Anti-obfuscation feature selection follows two design goals. Our selected features can distinguish the unobfuscated sample and be slightly affected by obfuscations. So we choose code features. The details of AOS algorithm is illustrated in algorithm 1. First, we compose a TF-IDF matrix based on code features. Then we calculate the difference indicators of the code features before and after obfuscation. Finally, we get the weight of code feature by TF-IDF value and the difference indicators. AOSF filters out the ineffective features in a hierarchical manner. First, it filters out the code features from class level to word level. Next, we sort opcode features. Finally, we get opcode sequence to represent the application by connecting opcode features. We transfer the problem of malware classification to image domain adaptation. We represent code features by the AOSF algorithm as an image. We built a model based on transfer learning with ResNet. We train it by feeding an obfuscated application with their obfuscated versions. The model goal is to transfer the obfuscated version to the unobfuscated one with the minimum loss. Our model is shown in Figure 2. Our classification network calculates classification loss and the domain adaptive loss. Hence, the model can improve the classification accuracy for unobfuscated dataset and reduce the difference of feature distribution before and after obfuscation. The domain adaptive loss is a MMD device between the data distribution of the unobfuscated application image and the data distribution of obfuscated application image. As shown in equation 2, the image distributions of the unobfuscated application image and the obfuscated application image are expressed respectively by XU and XO. Phi X represents features of an image after the network's input layer and hidden layer. Here is the overall loss function. Where C represents the classification loss and the number is the weight of the adaptive loss. Next, I will show the evaluation of our work. We measure the accuracy of the proposed model in detecting malicious leads with and without obfuscation. The detection accuracy rate of the extents of malicious code in unobfuscated dataset is 96.4%. For obfuscated variants, they are 92.2% respectively, as shown in Table 1. Similarly, we measure the malware family detection accuracy both for obfuscated and obfuscated malware. The detection rate of malicious families against obfuscated malware is 98.2%, while for 7 malware obfuscated variants is 87.5%, as shown in Table 1. AOMDroid performs better than Dribbin and MCSC in terms of detection accuracy and detection time. PikaDroid uses program flow graph features based on API contact. Hence, AOMDroid has obvious advantages in detection time and detection accuracy. AOMDroid takes an average of 0.9 seconds to predict, while RealDroid takes 31 seconds. Well, generally speaking, our paper has accomplished the following tasks. We design a feature selection algorithm based on TLDF and represent selected features as images. Our transfer model learns the transformation between obfuscated and their obfuscated applications, and hence identifies malware even after obfuscation. We evaluated the effectiveness and efficiency of AOMDroid, a prototype based on our proposed approach, by combining it with 4 related works. AOMDroid performs all related works in terms of detection accuracy of obfuscated malware and the detection time. Thank you for listening.
Hello to the conference audience. My name is Ayush Kumar and I'm here to talk about machine learning based early detection of IoT botnets. I'm from the National University of Singapore. In this work, we propose a lightweight IoT botnet detection solution called EDIMA, which consists of two stages. The first stage is an ML-based aggregate gateway traffic classification, which uses scanning traffic features obtained from IoT malware. And the second stage consists of autocorrelation function-based tests, which use bot command and control server communication patterns to detect individual bots. There has been some work in the past in this area consisting of fingerprinting of IoT devices traffic, IoT device traffic profiling based anomaly detection systems, and finally anomaly detection systems based on an ensemble of autoencoders. This figure illustrates the architecture of EDIMA. There are various modules and sub-modules in this architecture. Some of the sub-modules reside on the edge gateway, which is directly connected to IoT non-IoT devices, and the other modules reside in the cloud. For example, we have a traffic parser subsampler, a feature extractor, an ML-based bot detector, and a policy engine which reside on the edge gateway. We also have an ML model constructor and a malware PCAP database which reside in the cloud. There is a gateway MC client which acts as an interface between the modules residing on the cloud and the modules residing on the edge gateway. We define two classes to which the aggregate gateway traffic belongs. One is benign and one is malicious. We perform a per session classification instead of a per packet classification. And here are the steps that we used for the classification. We filter the traffic sessions to contain only TCP packets. We extract feature vectors from those traffic sessions, and then we apply ML classifier on those feature vectors. We've used 8 features for detecting scanning activity. The first feature is number of unique TCP SYN destination IP addresses. The second set of features consists of number of packets per unique destination IP addresses, the maximum, the minimum, as well as the average. The fifth feature is the number of TCP half open connections. And finally, the last feature set consists of the maximum, minimum, and average of TCP packet lengths. Once we have detected scanning activity using aggregate gateway traffic classification, we may want to detect the individual bots themselves. Towards that, we use the assumption that bots periodically communicate with the command and control server using TCP or UDP messages. This is the algorithm which outlines how we detect the bot CNC communication periodicity. The details can be found in the paper. This is the testbed that we use for evaluating the performance of EDIMA. It consists of both IoT and non-IoT devices. The devices were used by 3 lab staff over 4 weeks, and therefore our data reflects real-world users' behavior. Now we need data corresponding to both the benign and malicious classes. Benign traffic data is not difficult to obtain. We can just run the devices normally and obtain benign traffic data. To obtain malicious traffic data, we use 2 malware which was selected out of 43 malware samples collected from May to December 2019, and the names of those malware samples are Lollygang and Ecobot. We used a platform called Phantasm to run those live malware samples and collect traffic from them. We replayed that malware traffic on our testbed to emulate the presence of bots. We collected 1,000 traffic sessions, each for benign and malicious classes. We extracted features from those sessions and assigned labels. We handled missing values. We scaled the feature vector values to lie between 0 to 1 and randomly permuted the feature vectors. And finally, we randomly divided the feature vectors into training and test datasets using an 80-20 split. We also selected the 6 best features using the chi-square statistical test. We used a tenfold cross-validation technique for tuning the hyperparameters of the ML classifiers. We use the following ML classifiers for the performance evaluation: the random forest, the support vector machine, and the Gaussian light base. We can see that in terms of accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 scores, the random forest performs the best out of the 3 ML classifiers to detect scanning activity. In the future, we would like to work on more fine-grained classification of aggregate gateway traffic. Instead of just benign and malicious, we would like to classify the gateway traffic into benign, suspicious, and malicious, for example. It is also possible that IoT devices may already be infected before deployment of edema. So we may want to work on how to handle that. And finally, we may want to determine the vulnerability which was exploited to infect the IoT bots which are detected by edema. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ross Copeland, and I am a researcher from the University of Kansas to present Identity Armor, user-controlled browser security. And I'm advised by Dr. Drew Davidson of the University of Kansas as well. Modern browsers now support highly feature-rich and responsive websites. While these new browsing experiences are helpful and pleasing to the user, they open up attack vectors on the user's privacy. These attacks can be performed by the malicious actor attacking users through an insecure website, users visiting a malicious website, or the included third party on a website taking user information for the purposes of targeted advertising. While not all attacks may be malicious, they all betray the user's privacy. There have been defenses proposed that are used in websites in the wild today, but we find key flaws in the methodologies. Two widely used defenses that we look at are content security policies, also known as CSP, and sub-resource integrity, known as SRI. CSP is a policy language that defines what resources are allowed to load based off their origin, and SRI is a security verification feature that allows browsers to verify that the external resources have not been tampered with. I explain what these are because some of these features are somewhat implemented within Identity Armor. While both of these, if implemented correctly, are strong defenses against web-based attacks, both still have to be implemented by the developer. To remove the burden of correctly implementing these security features, we instead propose Identity Armor, a client-side protection against malicious JavaScript. Identity Armor is a policy flow enforcement engine for the browser. With this, we intend to protect the user against customary JavaScript attack vectors. Now here, I would like to outline some of the novel contributions we propose in our work. In the system, we implement a new policy language that allows the user to define how JavaScript may behave on the visited web page. Next, we believe our engine is far more fine-grained compared to what modern defenses are able to do. And finally, our solution implements a wide set of features. One of them being dynamic taint tracking on the sources of private or sensitive information, and this is done through JSFlow, a JavaScript interpreter that implemented this dynamic taint tracking. And we also implement other features such as being able to stop function calls at runtime, whitelisting sources, and applying checksums on both externally loaded libraries and inline scripts. Now, if we look to the right of the poster, we see the discussion, and this is where we'll talk about what is the policy language, how it works, and how is it defined. Now, the policy language is a whitelisting-based language, so any undefined behavior is not allowed to execute. The policy works on a domain-per-domain basis. The reason for this is because each website may need different resources and also may need to execute different functions for it to work properly. For that reason, the policy has to specify rules for each specific domain so that each website can more or less resemble the browsing experience that the user is used to than when before they installed the security tool presented. Next, the policy used in the final system is actually a combination between two policies, a base policy and a user policy. The base policy ensures that the integrity of the user's information is kept intact by disallowing behavior that is known to be malicious. We implemented a user policy because it allows for customizability for the user's preferences, because not all users share the same security posture and may be comfortable with more or less sharing of their information. Now, if a user is not as technologically experienced, we implemented a learning component where the tool will be able to identify which resources are being used, which functions are being called, and other sources of information to construct a policy for that specific website or domain. This is under the assumption that the website is safe at the moment, but if it captures any malicious activities, the base policy will make sure that these malicious occurrences or activities are not perpetrated against the user, because the base policy supersedes any of the policy decisions done by the user policy. After looking at the policy language, we now can analyze how the system was built. We built the enforcement engine on top of the dynamic taint tracking engine JSFlow and their Firefox extension Tortoise. Our solution is also packed within an extension because it is built on top of Tortoise. The reason for using a dynamic taint tracking system is because of the highly dynamic nature of JavaScript. By being able to dynamically execute code with functions like eval and dynamically change the DOM tree with functions such as document.write, we determined the only way to truly ensure that sensitive information does not leave the browser is through dynamic taint tracking. Figure 1 in the bottom right corner gives a full outline of how code travels from developer to the user. When a web page is requested by the user's browser, the web content is served to the browser and is then, instead of it being interpreted by the native JavaScript engine in the browser, it is actually sent to a separate JavaScript interpreter that we created. This has all of the aforementioned features implemented here. And next to the JavaScript interpreter, you can see that there are two policies: the base policy that has already been implemented and also a user policy that is changing due to the either learned user preferences and websites he or she visits, or based on the user preferences that he or she implements themselves within the policy. Next, we can look at how Identity Armor works and what the results are through our testing. Because Identity Armor is run inside an extension, the interpreter has to be written in JavaScript. In essence, it is a JavaScript interpreter written in JavaScript. To fully view the impact of the security features, we decided to test our solution against a JavaScript interpreter also written inside an extension without any of the security features. This is so that we are not testing our solution against the native JavaScript engine written in C++, a compiled language, making it inherently faster. Our solution, after doing these tests on the Alexa top 10,000 seen in the table on the right, shows that it increases the execution time of JavaScript by 8.8%. In this table, you can also see other sources of information such as the median load time and the standard deviation. The standard deviation is very high, close to 15 seconds, showing that many websites run very quickly, but there is a high runtime for a very few number of websites, which then inflates the average load time. So because of all these reasons, we believe that our solution is comparable to other browser protections. We also tested our solution against privacy-invasive JavaScript attacks that were custom created by ourselves, and also real-world examples pulled from sources like Metasploit and tech blogs. In these tests, our solution was able to thwart all of the attacks thrown at it. We would like to end by saying that with this system, users can take control of their security and not have to rely on developers or malicious actors for their own security. And we hope that this research will inspire other researchers to look into tools and solutions that are more client-based and in the client's best interest. With that, I would like to thank you for listening to this poster presentation.
Hello everyone, welcome to SecureComm 2020. I am Kamar Niaz, an assistant professor at the EC department at Purdue University Northwest. This presentation is in regard to our poster, a machine learning based smartphone app for GPS spoofing detection. This work was done by our senior design team, including Javier Campos, Kristen Johnson, Jonathan Neely, Stacy Roche, under the guidance of Farha Jahan, a PhD candidate at the ECS department at University of Toledo, my colleague Dr. Khair Al-Samaile, and myself. So Global Positioning System, aka GPS, has become ubiquitous nowadays for navigation, positioning, and timing. But the signals in GPS system, they are vulnerable to being spoofed and may display incorrect locations to the user if being targeted by any spoofing attack. So in this work, we basically develop a GPS spoofing detection mechanism using machine learning. And we also develop an Android app to integrate this machine learning model for spoofing detection and to measure the effectiveness of the machine learning model. So to implement the spoofing detection mechanism, we follow certain stages, and those stages involve capturing the normal and spoof GPS signals, because our defense mechanism relies on machine learning, and machine learning needs actually data, right? So first we have to capture GPS signals for normal and spoof GPS signal, and then we develop machine learning model for spoofing detection using those collected signals, and finally we implement and evaluate Android app. So let's start with the first stage, capturing normal and spoof GPS signal. So our machine learning based model relies on NMEA sentences. NMEA here stands for National Marine Electronics Association, and NMEA sentences are standard data format supported by most GPS modules. And these NMEA sentences are used as GPS signal for our defense mechanism. NMEA sentences are of different types, but in our work, we have focused only two different types of NMEA sentences. One is GPGSA and another is GPGSV. So using these sentences, we can collect the number of satellites in view, number of satellites tracked, and the SNR signal of the GPS signal. And to collect these NMEA sentences, we basically use an Arduino microcontroller, which is interfaced with Neo 6M GPS module, and this setup we use as a GPS receiver to collect NMEA sentences. So as we discussed that we are developing a machine learning based model for GPS spoofing detection, so we need data for spoofed GPS signal and we need data for authentic signal, right? So to launch the spoofing attack and get the GPS signal for those attacks, we have to set up some hardware and software, right? So for the hardware, we used a Lime SDR kit, which is a inexpensive software-defined radio kit, and this kit is interfaced with a software which is called GNU Radio and another software which is called GPS SDR SIM. And to launch the spoofing attack, we need to get data for some location which we want to spoof. To get the data, GPS data for those locations which we want to spoof, we downloaded the ephemeris data files from NASA Crystal Dynamics Data Information System. And these ephemeris data contains position, current and predicted position, timing, and health of GPS satellites. And we basically downloaded data for different date and time to spoof certain locations. And the data which are downloaded from NASA CDDIS, they are in compressed format. So we have to first decompress them. And after decompressing them using GPS SDR SIM, we convert those decompressed files into data stream for GPS baseband signals. Later, and those files, converted files using GPS SDR SIM, they are binary files. Later on, these binary files are basically used by GNU radio to transmit GPS signal for the spoof location using the SDR kit. So this setup that you see here in this slide, it is used for launching a spoofing attack for certain locations which we want to spoof. So now we have this setup for a spoofing attack, right? So now let's have data collection for authentic location and for spoof location. For authentic location, we basically went to different locations and we set up the Arduino and the GPS module integrated with it as a GPS receiver. And then we run an Arduino code that basically outputs the enemy sentences through the serial monitor. And we did it for 20 minutes, right? So this 20 minutes experiment we did for different locations, actually several times. So once the enemy sentences for authentic locations were collected, then we experimented for spoof locations. So for collecting enemy sentences for spoof locations, we use the Lime SDR kit integrated with GNU radio and GPS SDR SIM. And we downloaded the data from ephemeris data from CDDIS as discussed earlier. And using those ephemeris data file, we basically generated a spoof signal using this Lime SDR and GNU radio setup. And we keep this setup 40 feet away from our GPS receiver, which comprises Arduino microcontroller and the GPS module. And we basically send the GPS signal for spoof locations using the Lime SDR kit, and we collected them using the GPS receiver for 20 minutes as well. So we spoof actually several locations and we collected the enemy sentences for them. So once we had the enemy sentences for authentic locations and spoof locations, then we went to the second stage, which is developing the ML model for spoofing detection. So we got the enemy sentences for authentic and false locations, and we used them to prepare the dataset for ML model development. So from the enemy sentences, we basically focus on two types of sentences, GPGSA and GPGSV. From GPGSA and GPGSV, we were able to extract three types of data. One is SNR, signal to noise ratio, another is number of satellites in view, and another is number of satellites being tracked. From the signal to noise ratio, we were able to get average value of the SNR and standard deviation in the SNR. So we analyzed actually a lot of features, and after analysis, we finalized these 4 features based on the differences between spoof location and authentic location. So we finalized 4 features, which are average SNR, standard deviation in SNR, number of satellites in view, and number of satellites being tracked. So overall, from the enemy sentences for spoof location and authentic locations, we were able to extract 19,925 records for these 4 features. And we split them into training, validation, and testing set in a ratio of 60-20-20 respectively. So each record in the dataset basically contains 4 features and 1 label. The label is for spoof location or authentic location. We used 5 different machine learning algorithms as candidate machine learning algorithms. And these machine learning algorithms are KNN, random forest, SVM, logistic regression, and naive Bayes. And we use the well-known ML classification performance metrics for them. And so we found that KNN, random forest, and support vector machine, they perform equally well. And out of them, random forest actually perform the best, but the performance were almost similar. All of them were able to achieve an F measure of 99.6% around. And logistic regression and naive Bayes, they perform actually worse than KNN, RF, random forest, and SVM. So we found that KNN was performing equally well to random forest and SVM. So we selected KNN for our machine learning model actually, because it's easy to implement in any using any programming language. So once we finalized the machine learning model, we basically then went for the third stage, which is implementation and evaluation of Android app. So for implementation of Android app, we basically use the KNN-based machine learning model, and we implemented it in Java. And we use basically Google Maps interface so that we can show the location in Google Map interface. And Android has API, which is location listener, and this location listener has a method which is on location change, which can detect the change in the location. And then we also use the location manager through which we actually extracted the NMEA sentences. And once we had the NMEA sentences, then we extract the GPGSA and GPGSV sentences from them. And from them, basically, we were able to get the signal to noise ratio, number of satellites in view, and number of satellites being tracked. And from signal to noise ratio, we were able to collect average signal to noise ratio and standard deviation in signal to noise ratio. And then we pass it to the KNN model. So once our app is developed, we evaluate our app actually. So we run this app on a Samsung Galaxy S9 smartphone, and in case of authentic locations, our app was able to show the location in the Google Map. And to test the app for spoof location, we use the same Lime SDR kit setup with a GNU radio to launch the spoofing attack for a different location. And we observed that our app was able to detect that spoof signal, and it was showing an alert like faulty signal detected. And map was not updated unless we ignore it. So in this way, we basically developed a machine learning based defense mechanism to detect spoofing attack. And then we implemented an Android app. And in that Android app, we integrated our machine learning model, and we tested our app with spoof location and authentic location. So in this work, we basically developed machine learning model for GPS spoofing attack detection, and we integrated that model with an Android app. And we found that K nearest neighbor, random forest, and SVM were equally well to detect the attack. So we picked KNN for our ML model. But there are several limitations that we will basically improve in our future work. So first, the attack experiments were set up keeping novice attackers in mind, basically, who can launch the attack by using low-cost SDR kits and following some available online resources. So the attack experiments were not designed for sophisticated attackers, right? So who can basically manipulate the SNR values, or they can manipulate the number of satellites in view, right? So in future, we will study the impact of manipulating signal to noise ratio or manipulating the GPS signals, basically. And we'll study the impact of them on ML defense mechanism for develop a robust solution. So that's it from our site for this work, and we are currently enhancing the work to overcome the limitations that we found in our work.
Hello everyone, my name is Jiaping Gui from AC Labs America. The title of our paper is Anomaly Detection on Web User Behaviors through Deep Learning. Here is the motivation of our paper. The figures shows the attack model. As you can see here, the attack model is about the credential stuffing attack. There are typically two stages. The first stage is the large-scale checks, and the second stage is called the sophisticated access. So in the first stage, the attacker tries to collect a large amount of stolen login credentials, and then he leverages the bots to automatically try these login credentials for different web services. After each login access is successful, then the attacker tries to leverage these login credentials to do the malicious stuff, as we show in the second stage, sophisticated access. So you can see in the figure, from the bottom side. So the attacker tries to leverage the stolen credential. He knows this credential can be used to successfully log into the web app. So after logging to the web application, the attacker tries to visit different web pages to take malicious steps. So you can see the visits will form a sequence, like visit 1 corresponding to page 1 and visit 2 corresponding to page 2. So the existing solutions, they are focusing on the first stage. They are trying to prevent the automated login process. However, they fail to detect the malicious behaviors in the second stage, the sophisticated access. You can see different visits represents the user attacker's behaviors, and the attacker behaviors is expected to be different from the normal users. The existing solutions did not consider this scenario. Besides the attack model, the many real-world attacks also exhibit the URL sequences unlike those of normal users. Besides the credential stuffing attacks I mentioned in the previous slide, the other attacks include the automated web app vulnerability scanning, the bots-related attacks, and the logic attack. To address this problem, we designed our approach to model the web user behaviors in terms of URL sequences. And then we tried to do the anomaly detection among these user behaviors. So here is our approach overview. You can see first the user access behaviors are recorded in the normal access log. And then first we tried to parse this access log, and this access log, the different users will be grouped into different types. So here we design the groups in different granularities to make it flexible. Such as, for example, the users can have different interests, different regions, or different ages. So we are interested in modeling different behaviors and also trying to understand their interests. So for each group, the users' behaviors will be recorded and passed in terms of different visits. So the users will be visiting the web app in a normal session. So this session, actually, during this session, the users' behaviors, the visits will form a sequence. So here, after collecting a number of different sequences, we tried to model these sequences to learn the probability distribution. Here, we leverage the normal score to represent the probability that the next visit in the sequence is a visit where the chaining, the set of all visits will be, the conditional probability will be maximized. So here, when the chaining is finished, if there is a new access log, then we can go through the same process, and then we feed it into the learning model to learn the normal score. And based on the normal score, we can know whether the new access log is suspicious or not. So in our evaluation, we set up the benchmark based on the Rubies. It's a website modeling the eBase, the behaviors. And here we designed 5 different groups of normal user behaviors. In the end, we collected in total about over 11,000 different user sessions. To generate the abnormal user behaviors, we randomly generated the sequences whose length is consistent with the length distribution among the normal user behaviors. And in our implementation, we implemented the log parser in Java, and also we leveraged the PyTorch to implement the deep learning model. Here we use the LSTM as the deep learning model. Our results are very promising. So in terms of the precision, recall, and the F1 score, the results are all above 96%. That's very promising. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today I will introduce you a paper which is called Differentially Private Social Graph Publishing for Community Detection. I will introduce the following 5 aspects: abstract, preliminaries, problem solution, experiment evaluation, conclusion. Firstly, social networks typically include a community structure, and the connections between nodes within the same community are very close. However, the connections between communities are sparse. In this study, we analyze the main challenges behind the problem and then resolve it using differential privacy. The contributions of this paper are as follows. We propose a differentially private community detection algorithm based on Loven algorithm. In the first phase of the Loven algorithm, we introduce an exponential mechanism combined with a modularity gain to determine the community to which the node belongs. After a certain number of iterations, results of the node community detection procedure in the first phase is obtained. In the second phase, the Loven algorithm treats the community as a node and partitions the subsequent network. No information relating to a single node or edge is present in this network. Thus, additional privacy preservation is not required. As we identify communities, the edge connections within these communities become closer and therefore require additional protection. We use a hierarchical random graph to encode the graph structure information in terms of edge probabilities, converting each community into an HRG model. The HRG model subsequently generated are combined with edge connection probability after ending labellation noise to enable better privacy protection. We validate our algorithm onto real social network datasets of different sizes, and the experimental results show that our algorithm can retain data utility while satisfying the differential privacy conditions. The difference between the proportion of network edges that connect the internal nodes of the community and the expected number of edges connecting to other internal nodes in the random network, the modularity Q, is defined as where Aij represents the edge weight between nodes I and j, Ki is the sum of the adjacent edge weights of node I, M is the sum of the edge weights in the network, Ci is the community in which node I is located, and the function data is equal to 1 if Ci is equal to Cj and 0 otherwise. Alternatively, this can be expressed in community attribute as, where sigma in represents the sum of the edge weights in community C and the sigma tot represents the sum of the adjacent edge weights of nodes in community C. The Loven algorithm is an algorithm based on multi-level optimization modularity. The recently proposed concept of LDP is a powerful privacy measure and protects sensitive personal information even from data collectors. Given a random algorithm A, let S represent the set of all output spaces of the random algorithm A on two neighbor graphs J1 and J2. The random algorithm A satisfies differential privacy if the following holds. We propose a solution to the privacy problems in community detection described in the introduction. Our scheme is divided into 2 phases. The Loven algorithm is a heuristic grading algorithm, which is beneficial to the exponential mechanism. Algorithm 1 first calculates the sensitivity of the social graph according to its number of nodes, line 1. And we will explain in detail how to calculate data F later. Based on the first phase of Loven algorithm, each node in the original graph is treated as separate community, line 2. To avoid local optimal errors caused by the phased sequence of node movements, the node sequence was randomized at initial stage. Then, according to node sequence, many neighboring nodes communities of each node, lines 3, 4, At this time, randomness introduced may increase the number of iterations, but this way you can choose the appropriate community while ensuring that privacy is not revealed. When the movement of all nodes no longer causes changes of the modularity gain, the first round is completed and the results of the first round of community detection are returned. Lines 10 to 12. The generated HRG model is combined with edge connection probability by adding labellation noise in algorithm 2. Through series, we proved that our algorithm satisfies differential privacy. We performed experiments on 2 real datasets of different sizes to evaluate our algorithm. The selected dataset information is shown in table. Facebook data were collected from survey participants using the Facebook app, and the Enron email communication network covers all email communications within a dataset of around 500,000 emails. All data were anonymized by replacing the IDs for each user with a new value and providing the edges by ID pair. We have evaluated from the following 3 aspects: modularity, degree distribution, clustering coefficient. We analyzed the privacy problems of community detection can lead to and proposed a differentially private detection procedure based on the Lawson algorithm. Moreover, we proposed to further protect the relational data within the community by converting the individual community into a subgraph of an HRG model and subsequently calculating the edge connection probability by adding labellation noise. Experimental results indicated an improved performance on real data. The above is the report of this paper. Thanks for your watching.
Algorithmically generated domains are widely used by malware families to realize remote control. Researchers have tried to adopt deep learning methods to detect AGDs automatically based on only domain streams. Usually, such methods analyze the structure and semantic features of domain streams since simple AGDs show great difference in these two aspects. Among various types of AGDs, dictionary-based AGDs are unique for its semantic and structure similarity to normal domains, which makes such detection methods not that effective. In this paper, we observed that the relationship between domains generated based on a same dictionary shows graphical features. We focus on the detection of dictionary-based AGDs and proposes a word map which is based on community detection algorithm to detect dictionary-based AGDs. Our methodology can be described into three parts: word graph construction, word community detection, and AGDs classification. For a domain string set D, we process each domain name by removing the top-level domain string and only retaining the second-level domain string. Then we get a second-level domain string set S. For each element in S, we cut it into single English words. A mature tool named Word Ninja can be used to solve the word splitting problem. And in this paper, we use Word Ninja to cut the domain strings into words. For a domain name set D, after domain string splitting, a word set W can be obtained, and each word in the word set is a vertex. These word vertices will then be connected by edges according to their co-occurrence relationship in D. For example, if two vertices have appeared together in any domain string in D, then they will be connected with two directed edges. In this way, for a domain name set D, a word graph G can be obtained. Here is an example of word graph construction. 50 domain strings are respectively randomly chosen from the dictionary-based AGDs dataset, which are from the same dictionary and Alexa domain set. After cutting domain strings into words, a word graph is constructed according to the co-occurrence relationship between words. As shown in Figure 1, there are 21 word nodes and 100 directed edges in DJ graph, while there are 72 word nodes and 60 directed edges in Alexa graph. We can see that the average degree of vertices in Alexa graph is less than AGD graph. It's because some domains is too short to be cut, therefore become isolated vertex in the word graph. It can be intuitively observed that for equivalent amount of dictionary-based AGDs and Alexa domains, dictionary-based AGDs will be cut into fewer word vertices. However, dictionary-based AGD word vertices are more closely connected, and the average degree of these vertices is higher. This shows that the word vertices obtained from dictionary-based AGDs are more closely related, which makes them easier to be classified into a same community. The key idea of word map is to convert the detection of dictionary-based AGDs into a community detection problem on word graphs. The key step is to use the InfoMap algorithm to perform community detection on word graphs. Here is an example. As shown in Figure 2, 46 communities were detected on the word graph obtained from 50 Alexa domains. The largest community is composed of 6 blue-colored vertices in the center of Figure 2, of which the total degree is 14 and the average degree is 2.33. For other communities, the number of vertices is 1, 2, or 3. It can be seen that the words obtained by splitting Alexa domains have no obvious clustering characteristics. As shown in Figure 3, 2 communities were detected on the word graph obtained from 50 dictionary-based AGDs. The two communities are composed of 40 and 24 vertices respectively, of which the total degree is 739 and 261, and the average degree is 18.48 and 10.88 respectively. Compared to Figure 2, it can be seen that words obtained by splitting dictionary-based AGDs have obvious clustering characteristics. Also, there are obvious difference in aspects of the number of vertices, the total degrees of vertices, and the average degree of vertices between AGD communities and Alexa communities. Comparing Figure 4 with Figure 2 and Figure 3, it can be seen that dictionary-based AGDs and Alexa domains have been effectively distinguished from each other. It can be seen intuitively that there are several differences between dictionary-based AGD communities and Alexa communities. 1. The number of vertices in dictionary-based AGD communities is much bigger than that of Alexa communities. 2. The total and average degree of the vertices of dictionary-based AGD are much bigger than those Alexa communities. Therefore, after community detection, these two features can be collected to train a decision tree to classify whether a community is a dictionary-based AGD community or not. After extracting AGD dictionaries from the domain sets, we use a simple method to determine whether a domain string is a dictionary-based AGD or not. For a domain string, if all the words obtained from this string belonging to a same AGD dictionary, the domain string is just as a dictionary-based AGD. Dataset used in the experiments contains a total of 1,313,571 dictionary-based AGD domains and 1 million benign domains. Dictionary-based AGDs comes from the supple-box domains in the DGA archive dataset, and the benign domains are chosen from Alexa top 1 million domains. As shown in the table, we randomly select 50,000 Alexa domains and 150,000 dictionary-based AGDs to make up the training set, where the dictionary-based AGDs are composed of words from three different dictionaries named Dictionary 1, Dictionary 2, and Dictionary 3. We randomly select 50,000 Alexa domains and 150,000 dictionary-based AGDs from the rest data to make up the testing set. Which are also from Dictionary 1, Dictionary 2, and Dictionary 3. We designed 3 different experiments to verify the performance of word map on domains from the same DGA dictionary, domains from different DGA dictionaries, and imbalanced datasets. The performance of word map is not that good when AGDs are from different dictionaries, but its accuracy and recall rate still remains above 99%, indicating that word map has sufficient ability to mine new dictionaries. As to imbalanced datasets, the accuracy and recall rate of word map are also kept above 98.5% and 99% respectively, indicating that the word map can adapt well to the actual scenarios where the number of dictionary-based AGDs is far more than the number of benign domain names. Thank you for your time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing well. It's an excellent opportunity to present our research work titled Performance Analysis of Elliptic Curves for VoIP Audio Encryption Using a Soft Phone. I am Nilanjan Sen, one of the authors of this paper. My co-authors are Dr. Ram Dantu and Dr. Mark Thompson. The real-time media streaming is a popular mode of watching television programs and movies in today's world. In addition to that, people use it for their professional and academic purposes as well. Due to the present COVID-19 pandemic, the applications such as Zoom or Google Meet has gained much importance. And the VoIP or voice over IP audio calls are the integral part of the real-time media. Now, the proliferative use of real-time media streaming is simultaneously increasing the security threats such as the eavesdropping, the copyright infringement, the sensitive data revelation, and so on. The one protocol, Real-Time Transfer Protocol or RTP, is used for a real-time media transmission, but it does not provide any security. So to transmit the real-time media in a secure manner, we need another protocol, that is Secure Real-Time Transport Protocol or SRTP. Now, SRTP generally uses a symmetric key cryptography scheme such as AES. However, there are some issues in existing SRTP scheme that makes it vulnerable to the eavesdropper. Now, those problems can be solved if we use some asymmetric key cryptography scheme such as the elliptic curve cryptography or ECC. Now, ECC is a lightweight encryption scheme because it has a smaller key size and it has better computational efficiency. So in this work, we have implemented ECC for RTP payload encryption to protect real-time audio. At the same time, we have proposed some suitable elliptic curves for real-time audio encryption. The motivation for this work is to make the real-time audio transmission more secure so that eavesdropper cannot get the sensitive information. SRTP uses the AES encryption scheme. However, the existing SRTP system may be compromised. So we are not questioning about the efficiency of the AES scheme. We are questioning about the existing SRTP system, which has some issues that needs to be addressed, that needs to be solved. For example, SRTP may send the key information in plain text that may be exploited by the attackers later. So in this diagram, you can see this is a SIP message which is used by the SRTP to send the key information. And you can see here the AES key information can be seen clearly because it is written in plain text. Now these are the key information, not the original key, but attacker may use these key information to generate the key later. Now attackers may deceive SRTP to generate same secret session key and hence may guess the original message by known ciphertext attack. So this is a problem in the present SRTP scheme. Apart from that, SRTP uses AES counter mode for the encryption. Now the size of the plaintext and ciphertext is same in AES counter mode. So attackers may exploit this property to extract some valuable information. Now, we have already discussed that we are proposing ECC based encryption scheme here to address those issues because ECC has lesser key size and it has the better computation time compared to the other asymmetric key encryption schemes. Now, this is our methodology to implement that ECC based scheme. We have used a C-based open source soft phone that is known as Lean phone. So in this diagram, we can see that caller will encrypt its audio and it will send it to the callee through the internet and callee will decrypt the audio. And this diagram depicts that how the key exchange is done. So caller will send its elliptic curve public key to the callee through the SIP invite signal. Callee will send its public key to the caller through SIP's 200 OK signal. And after exchanging the key, then caller will use callee's public key to encrypt the audio call, and callee will decrypt it using its own private key. So this is the diagram of the SIP invite message, that how caller is sending its public key, and in the next diagram we will see through the SIP 200 OK message how callee is sending its public key to caller. Now this is the experimental setup we have. There is a setup for the server configuration and the client configuration, and we have used the Ubuntu 16.04 64-bit operating system, and the entire implementation is done using C and the OpenSSL library. Here we have used 15 elliptic curves to test that which elliptic curve is suitable for the VoIP media encryption. There are 4 different standards we have used. That is the X9.62 standard, SecG standard, NIST standard, and the brainpool standard or brainpool curves. So total 15 curves we have used here. Some of them are prime, some of them are binary, and we have analyzed the performance based on 2 parameters basically. One is the end-to-end delay, that is measured in millisecond. Another is the jitter, that is also measured in millisecond. Now, in the end-to-end delay, encryption and decryption time is also involved. So, because end-to-end delay means the delay between the sender and the receiver, and that includes the encryption time and the decryption time. All are measured in millisecond. Now we have considered the curves whose end-to-end delay values and the mean jitter values are within 4 milliseconds, because lesser this latency and jitter, better the audio quality. So based on their performance, means that if we consider that threshold of the 4 millisecond of the latency and jitter, we have found that among these 15 elliptic curves, few curves are suitable, that is X9.62 standards 256-bit prime curve, SecG standards 256-bit prime curve, and Brainpool's 256-bit random and twisted prime curves that could be suitable for real-time audio encryption. So among these 15 elliptic curves, we got those 4 curves which are suitable for the audio encryption. Now we have proposed our new elliptic curves also, and we have tested that our new curves is suitable for the audio and video encryption as well. So our new curve is provides 128-bit security, and it is more secure than NIST P256 curve, which is a very popular curve. So this is our proposed curves, the equation and the parameters we have used here. So our proposed curves name is EW256357. The equation is y square is equal to x cube minus 3x plus 5029, and these are the parameters value. And we have tested that our proposed curve performs well in audio encryption. So our proposed curve is suitable for the audio encryption along with those 4 curves that we have just discussed. So this is the screenshot of the encrypted and decrypted audio waveform by our proposed curve. If we can see here, so in the left hand side we have the original waveform, in the middle we have the encrypted waveform, and in the right hand side we can see the decrypted waveform after decryption. So these two are same. So in conclusion, we can say that in this paper we have proposed an ECC based alternate encryption scheme that can rectify the existing SATP issues. We have suggested some suitable elliptic curves for the real-time audio encryption to protect VoIP audio calls, and we have developed a new 256-bit prime elliptic curve which is more secure than the widely used NIST curve. So that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much for listening to our presentation. If you have any question, you can ask us.
Hello and welcome to this talk about post-quantum cryptography and WireGuard VPN. First of all, why do we need post-quantum cryptography right now? Current systems use RSA or elliptic curve deferment for their key exchanges, but quantum computers will be able to efficiently solve both the prime factorization problem and the discrete logarithm problem, which they depend upon for their security. This will allow retroactive decryption of traffic which is currently being recorded. So we should start using post-quantum cryptography already to prevent our data from being compromised in the future. WireGuard is a new and very promising VPN software which was recently included in the Linux kernel. It has a small code base which makes it easily auditable and is fast in both latency and throughput. This is the Noise IKPSK2 handshake, which is the handshake used by WireGuard. Each single letter here shows a Diffie-Hellman public key, and each two-letter symbol is a Diffie-Hellman exchange that is happening. We also have this pre-shared key, which is a key that both parties decide upon out of band before the handshake. For our post-quantum crypto primitives, we look at the ongoing standardization process by NIST. And we'll see that especially the lattice type primitives give a good time-space trade-off. Now on to the design of our protocols, which are extensions of the WireGuard protocols according to the Noise framework. This provides that they are at least as secure as the WireGuard handshake. So we do not sacrifice classical cryptography, classical security for our post-quantum security. For this, we first define 4 levels of post-quantum security for handshakes. Level 0 is just basic confidentiality, so plain encryption and no other security properties. Level 1 gives us perfect forward secrecy. Level 2, on top of that, gives us identity hiding for the initiator. Level 3, on top of everything of Level 2, gives us security against active attackers through authentication. So for Level 0, we can just take the plain WireGuard handshake, and the pre-shared key here has to come from a post-quantum key exchange. Then we have basic encryption against quantum attackers. For perfect forward secrecy, we need to add an additional ephemeral key pair. This is generated by the initiator before sending the initiation, where they send the ephemeral public key to the responder. The responder can then encrypt that ephemeral public key, yielding a ciphertext and a shared secret. The ciphertext they send back to the initiator, who can then decrypt this ciphertext with their corresponding private key and yield the same ciphertext, the same shared secret as the responder. For Level 2, we want identity hiding. Therefore, we do something similar and add an additional key pair. This time it's a static key pair and it's on the responder side. So the responder also has a static post-quantum public key, which needs to be known to the initiator beforehand, just like the static classical public key. The initiator can then do as the responder did in the Level 1 handshake and do the encryption step and can then encrypt their static public identity under this shared secret which they established. So the static identity of the initiator is now secure under post-quantum cryptography. For Level 3, we want authentication of the initiator. So the initiator needs another static key pair, which is a post-quantum static key pair. They now send the static public key of that post-quantum key pair along with their static public key of the classical key pair, which is already under the identity hiding encryption, which we established in Level 2. The responder can then send this challenge which basically serves to authenticate the initiator on this public identity they sent to the responder. Let's take a look at the performance impact of making these changes to the handshake protocol. For this, it's interesting to look at the cost for a lost packet, which is 5 seconds for WireGuard, because losing a packet in WireGuard and having the handshake fail will lead to a 5-second timeout before the next handshake can start. With average packet loss rates, this gives an average cost of 30 milliseconds per additional datagram, which is also what we'll use in the following. For the level 1 handshake, we see that using a crypto primitive like Cuba768, which achieves level 3 on the NIST security level scale, is only marginally more expensive in terms of time over the basic WireGuard handshake. So we can see that the cost for adding perfect forward secrecy against quantum adversaries is quite low. For the level 2 handshake, we see that it gets a little more expensive, and we might still go for Cuba768, which now takes an additional datagram and therefore around 30 milliseconds more in total time, including the message overhead for failed key exchanges. For level 3, which is our threat model is active quantum attackers against which we need to defend ourselves, then it only makes sense to go for NIST level 5, which is the highest on the scale for post-quantum primitives. And then we have the choice of NCRU 4096 and Q1024, depending on whether the calculation time or the total time is more important for us. Here we see that the cost of the handshakes, which seems relatively high when sending only a single packet over the WireGuard tunnel, is mostly offset by the cost of sending the packets and the network latencies when even sending only a small number of packets like 2000 in the red picture. In summary, we can say that implementing basic post-quantum security measures right now is feasible at an additional cost, which may be worth it. It is expensive, especially in terms of computation, and thus we have to decide on a case-by-case basis what to implement and whether to implement it at all. In the future, we could add a formal proof for our protocols, which could be based on the proofs which already exist for the noise framework and the WireGuard handshake in particular, and also clean up and improve the proof of concept implementation, which at the moment is very rudimentary. Also, the research into post-quantum primitives needs to be extended further such that these eventually catch up to their classical counterparts in terms of cryptanalysis and confidence in their security. Thank you very much for listening, and goodbye. Hello, my name is Rafał Leszczyna, and I am an associate professor at Gdańsk University of Technology in Poland. Today I would like to present a case study of estimating the cost of personnel activities in cybersecurity management. The current methods for estimating the cost of cybersecurity tend to focus on the costs of cybersecurity incidents or the costs associated with cybersecurity investments. At the same time, there are other costs which are hidden and usually overlooked and which are associated with daily activities of personnel, of organizations and enterprises related to cybersecurity. Such actions include, for example, reading cybersecurity policies or participating in cybersecurity trainings. To enable estimations of costs related with these actions, a dedicated method was introduced called CASPEA. The method is based on activity-based costing system, which was adopted as the costing model, and it takes advantage of the list of security controls from the NIST Special Publication 853. Examples of the security controls are presented on the slide, and the controls were taken as a reference for activities. More details on the method can be found on its website. The link to the website is now visible in the title of this slide. So, to enable calculations, CASPEA requires a small number of input data, and the data now are presented in this slide. And based on the data, several parameters are estimated, including the total cost of staff activities related to the information security management, costs associated only with the actions of IT security professionals, the required amount of work, time of the professionals, and the required number of the professionals. For all of the parameters, minimum, maximum, average, and usual values are calculated. To facilitate the calculations, a dedicated spreadsheet was developed, and this makes the whole estimations relatively straightforward. As it was mentioned, more information can be found on the website of the method. CASPEA was applied in various environments, and this is described in other literature. The references to the literature are provided at the end of the presentations and also on the website. Now I would like to focus on the case study of applying the method for calculations for a manufacturer of steel structures and filtering devices for water purification in crisis situations. The filters remove various types of contaminants, chemical, radioactive or biological, and they are designed for fast maneuvering. The input data are presented now on this slide. As I was mentioning earlier, as I was telling earlier, also pay rates are necessary, and the pay rates are presented now in this slide, in this table, so that you can see the 8 categories of employees that are required for the input for the method, and the company which would like to make the estimation needs to assign their types of positions to the categories enlisted here. So if there are different names, the assignment needs to be done. The pay rates were converted to US dollars for the convenience of the audience of the conference, because originally the company is located in Poland and the pay rates are in Polish zloty. The IT system of the enterprise is presented now in this slide. The system contains several subnetworks which are associated to the departments and to the functional units of the enterprise. For example, the subnetwork for production, there are computerized numerical control machine tools which are connected to the production router. There is a subnetwork for the R&D department and for the offices. And it needs to be noted that the sales office and the main site are located in two different towns. So, based on the input data, the cost estimations were calculated, and they are presented in the first table. So those are the direct numbers. So usual cost is $50,000, which is quite a considerable cost, which needs to be considered in the yearly budget. Further analysis of the cost revealed that there is a substantial component of the cost which is associated with physical monitoring of the premises. So it's physical access monitoring and control, and this is associated with physical surveillance that requires presence of security guards, and the presence needs to be continuous, so it's costly. But at the same time, this surveillance, it's not focused on cybersecurity, but it embraces all company assets, and cybersecurity assets are, or IT assets are just a minor fraction of all the assets that are monitoring during the physical surveillance. So as such, this activity can be deduced from the cost of cybersecurity. And if we do this operation, the results are presented in the second table, and it can be seen that the usual cost is almost half, is twice smaller, and for the minimum it's even less, but still the cost is substantial. The method provides also other indications. For example, it recommends to hire typically one IT professional in such organization, and it tells that the typical costs of yearly activities is around $15,000 of IT professionals. This is a moderate cost because the pay rates is moderate for IT professionals in this company. It means it's not low, but it's also not a high pay rate for such professionals in this company. Concluding, this case study showed how Casper enables rough cost estimations based on a small number of input parameters. And it became evident that the costs associated with personnel activities are non-negligible, that they should be considered in a yearly budgeting and also budget planning and other planning activities, such as cybersecurity planning activities. Further works on the method include the development of an alternative version based on the primary cybersecurity standard, ISO/IEC 27001, and to compare it with the current version. The second direction is to enhance Casper with other more sophisticated cybersecurity controls from second and the third baseline from NIST special publication. And the third direction, which is is interesting, but and at the same time quite challenging, is to acquire real data from organizations, the data on how much it costs to spend time by employees on cybersecurity related activities, and to compare it with the model in Casper. In this slide, the literature on Casper is presented, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, I'm very glad to have this opportunity to attend this conference. The topic I am asked to speak on is two-way convolutional neural network for image stack analysis. My presentation will include these 6 parts. Firstly, I would like to introduce the background of our research. Stack analysis are designed to embed synchronous information into various digital images by modifying physics or frequency coefficient, but stack analysis is kind of reverse analysis technology against the stack algorithm. Its purpose is to judge whether there is hidden information according to the features of the image, and then distinguish the cover and stack. The challenges in stack analysis are as follows. The embedding operation in stack algorithm can be viewed as adding extremely low amplitude noise to the cover. Compared with the image content, the signal-to-noise ratio is very low, so it's difficult for us to be able to design an effective model, and the performance improvements of stack analysis model based on common convolutional neural network has almost reached the limit. Usually, stack analysis is regarded as a binary classification problem. In this case, there are 3 steps to construct a stack analysis detector, such as preprocessing, feature extraction, and classification. Obviously, we need to be aware that the success of stack analysis generally depends on the design of features. Effective feature impression plays a key role in the final detection. Traditional stack analysis mainly depends on features of the artificial design. Recently, CNN has been increasingly applied to image stack analysis and achieved better performance compared to conventional methods based on handcrafted features. For instance, she proposed a SecureComm based on CNN, and Ye proposed a CM, which marks a significant breakthrough in the field of the stack analysis. Surprisingly, Botnets proposed a deep residual network called SRNet, which achieves the state-of-the-art results in image stack analysis. Recently, Kim proposed a dual CNN for image stack analysis that consists of 2 parallel identical subnetworks. Each subnetwork applies Shu's design. Unfortunately, this method was still worse than the single-wide and deep CNN. I think it may be challenging for the author to design a complex and efficient two-way network, but I have gotten inspiration from this model. Now, we come to the third part, motivation. In order to improve the CNN-based stack analysis methods, we need to construct more effective network structures. In general, there are 2 basic ways to improve the performance: deepening the network depth and widening the network width. Of course, there are also unavoidable problems in these 2 ways, such as gradient vanishing, gradient imploding, failure of the network convergence, or some useless parameters. So all this urges me to design effective model. So to illustrate the necessity of the two-way idea, we design two-way networks. For convenience, we simply count the first two-way networks as HPF and HPF two-way network. It combines two sub-networks, each of which are initialized by the high-pass filters, and the second one consists a sub-network initialized with some high-pass filters, and the other sub-network initialized with random values. We call it HPF and RND. Moreover, for each two-way network, the average pony and the max pony are used in the two sub-networks, respectively. We completed some experiments and made a comparison. Table 1 shows the performance comparison among two-way networks and one-way network. The one-way network is initialized with the SRM high-pass filters and applies average pony. For steganography methods as UniWord, WoW, and here as payloads point to and paid for. First of all, from the first two rows, we can see that the performance of the HPF and HPF two-way network is slightly better than that of one-way network. Meanwhile, from the third row, we can see that the performance of the HPF and RND two-way network is obviously better than both one-way and HPF and HPF two-way networks. This shows that by combining two kinds of initialization, the features become more comprehensive and the detection results are significantly improved. So, we designed our design takes the HPF and the RND two-way structure. We call it TCNN. Next, I started to introduce my model framework TCN. As shown, the TCN network consists of two subnetworks A and B, each of which is composed of pre-processing module and feature extraction module. The two subnetworks takes as images as inputs, respectively, and show the sum classification model. The structures of the two subnetworks are similar, but there are some different details as follows. In A, the first layer, as known as a processing model, consists 13 high-pass filters used in SRM and an absolute value layer. The RELU function serves as the activation function of the entire subnetwork A. The feature extraction model consists of 6 layers, in which batch anonymization is added, and the origin pony is set from the first layer. Unlike A, the weights of the first layer in B are initialized as random, except that the activation function of the first layer is TLU, or other layer use the RELU function. Moreover, we apply the maximum pony in B. In particular, the ABS layer is following the TLU function in the pre-processing model. Finally, the output of the last layers of the feature extraction model in A and B are fused, and the fused features are transferred into classification model. This is a brief introduction to the differences. Okay, now we move to the part of the experiment. First, we need to introduce the experimental setup. The dataset comes from Workspace. We perform experiments use our TCN to detect 3 spatial domain context adaptive steganographic algorithms as UniWord, WoW, and here, with embedding rates from port 1 to port 5. To alleviate overfitting, data augmentation are used. For a given stack allography and a payload, we have totaling 20,000 cover and stack image pairs. The dataset is allocated as shown above. Table 2 shows the performance comparison in terms of detection area for all the tested scams and payloads. We observe that TCN has obvious advantages over other methods for the involved embedding scams and tested payloads. For instance, in contrast to SCSRNet, the performance gap becomes most pronounced for here at point 2, where the detection area is decreased by 5%. The model also has a better improvement at no payload. For instance, the detection errors of the model for S-Univert and WoW at point 2 are decreased by 3.3% and 2.3% respectively. Moreover, the proposed TCN has higher detection accuracy than other methods at high payloads. For example, when the payload is 5.5, the detection error for WoW has been decreased to 5.1%. Also, it's worth noting that the proposed TCN is the most effective for here. The experimental results above demonstrate that the two-way network combines two kinds of initialization with their respective sub-network structures contribute to the improvement of the performance. In Figure 3, we also plot the detection errors as functions of payloads. We can clearly observe that our model is more advantageous. At last, we come to our conclusion here and will briefly introduce the future work. In the future, the proposed network may be extended to multi-way networks or combined with next channel array method to further improve performance. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.